Davis. So stupid.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman.
Please accept my apologies for a few minutes late. Unfortunately, our Economic Development Committee ran over a couple of minutes. Let me go ahead on and call our regular county council meeting for September 15th to order. Ms. Only, can you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Here.
Dickerson,
Here.
McBride,
Present.
Livingston,
Present.
Horatio,
Here.
Walker, Kennedy, Manning,
Here.
Myers,
Here.
Newton.
Here.
Thank you.
And Ms. Kennedy did inform me that she would not be with us. She had a doctor's appointment, will not be able to join us today. That brings us our invocation. Did Mr. Walker make it?
No, sir, I don't see him.
He's probably still trying to get on.
Yeah, he was in the Economic Development Committee meeting with us. Can I get someone on the line to volunteer to do the invocation for us?
Mr. Chair, I'll be glad to do that for you.
Man, thank you.
Y'all, as you're willing and able. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you now. We lift up to you this very important meeting of Richland County Council. Pray that you'll give guidance and wisdom and direction, that all said and done here be honoring and pleasing to you and in great regard for the citizens that we represent. We pray these things in the precious name of your Son. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mr. Newton.
Now, if you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America and to the
Republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madam filled in there. Appreciate that very much. Our next item is item 4A, approval of minutes for our special call meeting of August 31st. The chair intends motion.
Mr. Chair, I move for approval.
Motion approved, a second.
I'll second it.
Moved and properly second. Any discussions, changes, deletions as relates to the minutes?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Myers, Ms. Newton, go ahead.
This is Ms. Newton. One small change, Mr. Chair, on page 13, item 14, my vote was not recorded.
13, item 14.
So that should be a yes vote.
Any other changes, deletions that relates to the agenda? If not, it's moved and properly second with that amendment. Any further discussion? If not, Ms. Owens, can you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride, Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker, Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
That brings us to the adoption of the agenda. Chair, entertain a motion for adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move for approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
Properly second. Any, I'm asking administration first, any changes, deletions to the agenda?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Not unless you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number 16 on the agenda, I believe just needs to be an agenda item because that item was reported out of A&F committee at the last meeting, and then it was deferred within the council, not in the committee. So it's been reported out, and I think it just needs to go as a regular item. That's all.
I didn't see anything wrong with it, Mr. Chair, so that's why I didn't
Well,
say.
the point is, if full council took action on it, it is a full council matter. I think it's a point Mr. Maloney is making. So
Okay.
Mr. Maloney, your point is full council took action on that item, correct?
That's correct.
So we'll have to move it from on the report and put that under other items. We can move 16A to 19C. Anything else reference the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'd like very much clarification on that item because put it under other items, 19C. For what was the reason Mr. Malinowski gave? I didn't really understand it.
Well, it's on the committee report, but it has already been reported out of committee and council have taken action on it. So therefore, it's not a committee recommendation anymore. It's a full council. The motion was made by full council after that point.
So since it was reported out of the committee.
Committee and council took action on it. Yeah.
Okay, and so that would move that to the other item. So therefore, there will not be a report from the administration and finance chair to.
Right, if that's the only item, yes, right.
All right, so I can just delete that.
Well, yes.
All right, well, I'm sure that nobody made that. That's well, if that's the case, this should have been modified earlier and it should not have been reported out and put on the agenda in this manner.
I certainly agree.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Joe Walker. Just want to let you know I'm on now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker.
Mr.
Any
Walker,
other-
I'd like for you to pray. I'm sorry.
Any other questions regarding the adoption of the agenda for changes and so forth? If not, the motion to adopt the agenda would be as amended with moving item, the item from the A&F committee to other item C. It's on can cover the roll for the adoption of the agenda.
Yes, sir.
As amended.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda is adopted. Brings to item 6, report of the attorney for executive session items. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Livingston, there are no items under my report. However, I would point out that you all were forwarded a memo by Brad from my office related to item 19C that was sent as attorney-client privilege. If the council has any questions regarding that issue, that may need to be executive session. But other than that, we have nothing else.
Thank you. We'll take that when we get to it.
Mr. Livingston,
Ms. Dickerson, you recognize.
so under 19C, that would be the letter, the report that we received regarding the detention electronic monitoring system. That's the one we're
That's
moving.
correct.
That's a potential, is that a potential?
It's executive session matter, correct.
Okay, so we'll take that up when we get there.
Yes. Mhm.
All right, thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
That brings us to item 7, citizens input, 7A, for items on the agenda and not requiring a public hearing. Which only did we get anyone to speak to this item at this point?
No, sir, I didn't receive any comments.
The public hearing is open, not closed. Item 8A, citizens input, pertaining to Richland County matter not on the agenda. It is only that we get anyone to speak to public input 8A.
No, sir, I didn't receive anything.
Public hearing is now closed. That brings us to item 9 on our agenda, report of the county administrator, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of council. I was hoping to share my screen, but I will tell you right now, the information I'm sharing with you comes from scdhec.gov. It is the website that speaks to the state's numbers related to the coronavirus, and specifically they have information broken down by county. The last time I reported out to county council, I communicated information from that website. And today I'm going to do the same, give you a brief update on the numbers relative to Richland County in total, and then relative to Richland County over the last 14 days. So in total, Richland County, according to SCDHAC, SCDHAC has had a total of 100,013 COVID-19 tests performed. Of that, 19,222 tests were positive and 80,771 were negative, meaning that over the total time period that they were recording this data, which February the 10th of 2020 through September 14th, 2020, that gave a total percent positive rate of 21%. More relative to this current time frame since the last reporting, so from 8/31 of 2020 through September 14th of 2020, I'm going to give you that information. The percent positive rate is 23.7% for Richland County, with a total of 11,499 tests conducted. And of that number, 2,602 were positive and 8,897 were negative. So again, as we look at the positivity rate, even though the state, you have seen some numbers go down, and I believe that the state reported out that their numbers were around 15.7% in terms of their positivity rate today. Richland County, as a county right now, we're sitting at about 23.7% at our positivity rate. So again, as we look at opportunities to make sure the public is aware of the prevalence of COVID-19, that community information is available on SCDHEC's website, and I want to make sure council was aware of that most recent information.
Can you make sure you send us that specific information to Richland County, those numbers?
Yes, sir, I can. I can pull that information down from the site and then share that with the council. Yes, sir.
And from here on out with the report, that's what's really important, is for us to get specific information of our county so we can see what's unique that's happening in our county.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Mr. Livingston?
Any questions regarding the report regarding the virus? Ms. Myers, you recognize?
Yes, sir, Mr. Livingston. Mr. Brown, you very well stated the report and the positivity rate, but you didn't give us a number of fatalities. I think that's pretty important to keep front of mind with regard to.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, DHEC is reporting for Richland County a total of 220 deaths. So the number of fatalities for Richland County, they're reporting to be 220.
That's for the what period of time? The whole.
Yes, sir. I believe that's for the entire period of time. They don't have a breakdown for dates. When you click on the number of reported fatalities, they just have that total number.
Further questions? You may go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. That's the information I have related to report on the virus itself. Just a quick community reminder. We do have a couple of events. One is coming up on this Friday. That information has been reported out to various media outlets, but we're going to be having a mask giveaway on the 18th, which is going to be this Friday. And wanted to make sure that the community is aware. We will also have future announcements of other areas throughout the county where we'll be putting out masks for citizens to get access to. So just wanted to make sure that you also had that information as well.
Thank you. That completes your report, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's going to complete my report at this time, sir.
That moves to item 10, report of the chair. Chair does not have anything to report. I'm sorry, excuse me, I skipped the report of the interim clerk. I'm sorry, Ms. Owen.
The clerk's office doesn't have a report. Thank you.
Chair didn't have a report, and that brings to item 12, open and close hearings. 12A, an ordinance authorizing deed to the city of Columbia for Clemson Road widening, 12-inch water line relocation, which is kind of tax map numbers 25700 and 25800. That public hearing is now open. Anyone sign up to speak to the public hearing regarding Clemson Road widening?
No, sir.
Public hearing is now closed. That brings to item 13, approval of consent items, item A through D.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the consent items 13A through D.
Motion for approval of consent items A through 13A through D is a proper second. In discussion. There been no discussion. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for the motion regarding item 13A through D?
Sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Motion passed. That brings us to item 14. Second reading items, item 14A, an ordinance authorizing a deed to the city of Columbia for a Clemson Road widening 12-inch water pipe line relocation within county tax map number 25700, 25800.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval.
Motion for approval.
Second.
Properly second. Discussion of item 14A. There being none, please, Mrs. Owen, can call the roll for item 14A.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston, Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 15.
Mr. Chair.
Who did you recognize?
First
Ma'am,
staff,
you recognize?
thank you. First staff request, they've asked for reconsideration, so I move for reconsideration of that last item.
Motion for reconsideration for item 14A and properly second. Ms. Owen, can call the roll for reconsideration of item 14A?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride,
No.
Livingston, Horatio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning, Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
That brings item 15, first reading items. 15A, authorizing issuance of general obligation bonds in one or more series, tax exempt or taxable in an amount not to exceed $30 million for the purpose of acquiring construction equipment, rehabilitation, and improving various capital projects. To entertain a motion for reference item 13. To entertain a motion regarding
Mr. Chair, I'll move to
Binding.
approve.
Motion for approval. Is there a second? Is there a second? Livingston was second for discussion. These are the same items that were approved in the budget, correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir. They're the same items that were approved in the budget.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Yes, Miss, was that Miss Myers? Yes.
Yes, sir. I have a couple of general questions and a couple of specific questions. Just in general, and this is to Mr. Smith, who I think is on the line. Is it our custom to always include ban language in the bond issuances? And if so, why? If we know we're issuing bonds, why would we be issuing a bond anticipation note in advance? And what is the cost associated with it for finance?
Miss Myers, I think Mr. Jones is on the line. Ray, you there?
I am, and I'd be glad to answer that question. So we always include that authorization, Ms. Myers, in the event that something happens in the market where the county still needs the money, but would rather borrow short term to allow the market to adjust. A great example of this, and one that I've gone back to over and over, is we were in the middle of selling bonds around September 11th. And the long-term rate spiked. The clients needed the dollars, and so we converted quickly to selling short-term bands to let the rates settle. So it would only be out of necessity. I think in this case, we would always authorize bonds and bands to give counsel and staff the full flexibility in the event that the markets should turn that way. We don't anticipate them turning in that way here. But if you look back over the years and the ordinances, both would have been authorized for the county.
Thank you. I would just suggest that if that's the case, if it's for use only in extreme circumstances, that it needs to be reflected that way in some of the language, so that there isn't, so it seems, the alternative sort of being presented and leaving it to be decided and presented later to council, because there is a cost associated with issuing a ban and then later going back and issuing bonds. So given that it's not free, I think it ought to be clear. There ought to be some caveat somewhere, and I'd like to see a caveat somewhere that says that bans will only be issued under certain circumstances, as you've just identified, Mr. Jones. Thank you.
It's been moved and properly second for approval for item 15A. Any further? Mr. Malinowski?
I have one more question. I have one more question.
Go ahead on. And then I have Malinowski.
Sorry. To Mr. Byrd, with regard to the bonds for the fire projects that are in the capital plan, I know that I have seen, because I've been begging for it for 4 years, and it finally, you all finally got it and sent it to me probably a month and a half ago, the feasibility study for fire service. But I'm not sure the whole council has seen it, and I do believe that it is difficult for the full council. I'm in favor of the the fire improvements as outlined. There are fire improvements that are critically necessary, and certainly we've been asking for them for, literally the entire time I've been on this council. But I do think that at some point that feasibility study, which was literally 2.5 years in the making, should have been provided to the full council as a precursor to asking everyone to vote on bonds, or in the world where there is such a necessity, bans for fire safety and improvements. And I don't think anyone other than me has seen that document. I think that's pretty important. So if Mr. Byrd is on the phone, or if the administrator can answer, is there some logic to why that is not a document that's been riding along with what we're doing in terms of capital improvements?
Yes, ma'am. This is Michael Byrd. Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, council, we paused that whole process when the pandemic started. Some of the information, Ms. Myers, you're referring to was still in draft form. It hasn't been finalized. We certainly can start that process again and move forward. The bond process kind of took a different, separate avenue to get to where we are now, but we can certainly move that forward.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair, Mr. Byrd, are you saying that we're moving forward with the suggestions from, because these suggestions seem to follow quite closely with the feasibility study, but that's not a final study that you're prepared to ask council to adopt?
Well, the entire study, it still has to be vetted by the consultant. We have to approve it. What I was referring to is the items that are in the bond. Some of the, for example, the Northwest improvements, that goes back to 2014, long before we even talked about a consultant. But when they got here, they looked at what we were proposing and agreed with that. And that's why that went in that draft.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I don't have a disagreement with you, but I think that as a foundation document, you're right, it's a foundational sort of document that shows the public as well as the council why you guys are making the recommendations that you're making. I think it's pretty important that people know where across the county we've had experts identify that there are big issues with safety, and why that means then that we're not, for example, going in and refurbishing a fire station in their neighborhood that they'd all like to see refurbished, but that right now, because there isn't a fire station in other places that critically need it, the money is more prudently spent elsewhere. And I think the feasibility study is the document that makes the case for that, right?
That's correct.
Nice.
So I guess with all due respect, this is a document that is now, we've been working with consultants on it for what, almost 3 years now. I don't know why COVID-19 is a March advent, and that feasibility study, it's been in the works for a long time. I would suggest that document has to be a part of the discussion and approval of these bond amounts. I don't know how you do it otherwise. But, with that comment, I'll yield the floor to someone else who might differ or might have a different opinion.
Thank you. I have Ms. Maloney and Ms. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the same note as Ms. Myers was commenting on, we've got a list of capital projects on page 56, and I realize this has been before us before. I can't tell you exactly when it was before us, but I believe every time that we're approving, in this case, what is it, a not to exceed $30 million bond, that we need some additional specifics in here. Granted, this is only first reading, but I'd rather see a little bit of additional work put into this so that we know exactly what we're talking about. Replace recorders. For who? A backup device replacement, disk-based option. For who and where? As example, these are some of the items that I really believe that we should have the details placed in every one of these agendas that we're having to vote on, so that the public can see what this is as well, that we're saying yay or nay to. And going along to the fire service that Ms. Myers brought up, I agree with her. I think everyone needs to see this particular study that was done. I also feel that, as Mr. Byrd just said in his opening comments, that these list of the projects, of the fire projects on page 79 go back to 2014. That's 6 years ago. I can't speak for other locations, but I can tell you in the Northwest, for my location, there's been some huge changes in development and building. And I'm not so sure that the stations that are cited here are the ones that need either being built new or upgrading, that there might not be another one or two that should be considered instead after 6 years has gone by. And there's been an awful lot of development, to include 3 new schools in the one area, and there's not even a station there yet. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board and create the priority list over again in conjunction with the person in that council district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's Newton and then Ms. Thracio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, as Mr. Malinowski and Ms. Myers have made some of the points that I wanted to make, but I do concur that we need more information, particularly along the fire study. It's something that, gosh, I've been hearing about since I first got onto council. And while I completely support our fire service and making sure that we have stations where we need them, I would really appreciate seeing the actual research that says this is where we need the stations and why before we do a ban or a bond. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
I have Mrs. Thracio and then Ms. Mike.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, my question request was along the lines of Mr. Malinowski's, which was to offer more detail about the list of capital projects. Even just a small blurb beside each item would be very helpful for us to know what it is that we are looking to do.
Thank you. Ms. Myers, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to clearly be on the record as saying that given that Bluff Road Fire Station, which would be in the mouth of Westinghouse, which is literally in its own world and where there is no fire station that serves the public, should something happen to Westinghouse, I am not in favor of starting from scratch. I understand Mr. Malinowski's point, but starting from scratch might mean that we start and end up 4 years from now still talking about whether or not we will build these fire stations. And given that, you know, these fire stations, the questions about fire safety and the need for these stations literally was one of the things that I raised the first week I was on this council. As my term comes to an end, I find it shocking that we are now saying 4 years in that we still can't decide whether or not there's a feasibility study or some evidence that indicates that there needs to be these fire stations in parts of the county where we know there is an ISO rating of 8 or 9, or in some places 10. And it's been that way literally for the entire time I've been on this council. And I, for one, could not vote to start from scratch in those areas where there is zero fire service, and there has been zero fire service that is, in fact, accessible by people who are also paying taxes to support the fire service that's great everywhere else. So I suggest that what we actually do, rather than starting from scratch, is put a deadline on getting this feasibility study wrapped up. If there are questions about it, then send those back to the drawing board, but certainly not the whole thing back to the drawing board and take another 4 years for taxpayers who are all paying the same thing for fire safety to actually get the benefit of what it is they're paying for. Thank you, sir.
Let me just back up a minute and ask staff a question for clarification, because what we're discussing now is 15A, but it appeared that a lot of the conversation is around 15B. Is that correct?
Yes, Council Chair Livingston, this is James Hayes. May I be recognized?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Part A is the bonds to not to exceed 30 million. Those for the non-fire capital projects, and I think Part B has to do with the fire service fund, sir.
All right, I want to make that correction because that's why I made the point early on about A was being, I think, those projects that were in the budget, non-fire, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You all approved the non-fire capital projects as well as the fire capital projects.
Right, but they were separate, yes.
That's right, sir.
So I just want to back up and say the discussion should be about at this point,
14.
15A, not the fire bonds. Fire bonds are 15B. So let me back up and make sure we get back on track. And right now we're talking about the non-fire bonds, 15A. And then we'll come back to the fire bonds.
Mr. Chair, because I was confused.
Any other questions about 15A? Those bonds that were in the that we approved in the budget.
Mr. Livingston, I apologize for taking us off track. I read them all together and I see it all as one item, but I understand what you're saying. I would just say that I have the same concern that Ms. Newton, Mr. Racio, and I believe Mr. Malinowski raised about the lack of detail and public information with, a $30 million bond issue. There's precious little here that puts the public on notice as to what we're voting for. And I know we've seen it, but it should ride along with what we're voting for.
Well, you're saying it should have been resubmitted back at the end of this document. I got you. Ms. Newton, you had your look?
I already spoke, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions around item 15A? Again, those projects that were in our bond document. Our budget document. Ms. McBride, you recognize?
Yes, just so the public can be informed, these items were discussed in committee. I don't know how many months ago. And now they're back before full council. So that information should be available from the committee discussion, should it not?
Online too, yes.
Council Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Yeah, those items were approved as part of the budget work session, and also they are part of the motions list of those projects in detail, full, both in the budget book, which is online, and also obviously they were a part of the motions list that council approved back in June, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on 15A, I'm going to ask Ms. Owner to call roll.
Sir, Malinowski,
I'm voting no until we get some details or reference to where this was passed. Thank you.
And this is a first read line, correct?
That's correct.
all right, Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion passes.
That brings us to item 15B. Authorize the issuance of fire protection service general obligation bonds in one or more series, tax exempt or taxable, in the amount not to exceed $8 million for the purpose of acquiring and constructing fire stations and acquiring fire protection equipment, authorizing the county administrator to prescribe the details of the issuance and sale of the bonds and form and details of the bonds, providing for the disposition of the proceeds for the bonds and the payment of the bonds and other related matters. Chair, entertain a motion regarding item 15B.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Motion for approval, is there a second?
Second.
Been properly second. Discussion. Mr. Maloney, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to clarify that I'm not advocating starting anything from scratch, but having discussions with individual council members that may be affected by what's in front of us here to possibly show that the change in circumstances that has come about since 6 years ago may need to cause a change in what is done. It'd be on an individual basis. Thank you.
Any further discussion reference item 15B? There being none, I'll ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for item 15B.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
Ms. Myers, you recognized.
can I please ask that the draft feasibility study, as the staff has it, please be circulated to full council before the next meeting and the next consideration of this item.
Yeah, we'll have that done.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd.
That brings us to item 16, report administration finance committee. There's no report. You may recall that item 16A was moved other items. That brings us to item 17, report of the economic development committee. The first item is item 17A, award of engineering services contract for a career site at Blackwood Business Park. The committee recommendation was for approval. If I remember correctly, this was awarded based on a grant we received. The committee's recommendation for approval. Any discussion? If there's no discussion, I'll ask Ms. Owens to call the roll. Ms. Maloney, do you have a question for me, sir?
Yes, I do, sir.
That
is, if you look at page 93 of our agenda, we're being asked to vote to approve a contract, but we have absolutely no input from legal, budget, finance, or other as far as their recommendations, their date, that a contract's been reviewed. There's absolutely nothing here. So we're voting blindly, I would say. And based on that, I would make a motion to defer this until we get that input
Let
from.
me ask Mr. Rube to respond to that before we move forward.
Yes, sir. We went through a procurement process. If Ms. Ladishkin's on the line, perhaps she can address the procurement procedures.
I don't believe I need the procurement procedures discussed. I'd like to see what each one of these departments had to say about it. You're asking for a contract to be approved, and we don't even have anything here showing that legal's reviewed this. So I don't think procurement is what's coming in right now. A lot of other things.
I second your motion, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you.
Moving properly second for deferral, that is not debatable. Ms. Owens, can you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Horatio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
That brings us back to item 16. I'm sorry, 15. What time is it moving on?
17.
17. I'm sorry, 17A. Thank you. It's a motion 17A, and the committee's recommendation was approved. I'm sorry, not a motion, but is there a vote toward, well, we'll vote on the committee's recommendation. Since the deferral failed, we're back to the committee's recommendation. Ms. Owens, can you call the roll for the committee's recommendation?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. As to Mr. Malinowski's very well stated point, can someone tell us what the content of the document is that we're voting on? And what those departments had to say about it?
So, Ms. Myers, the Richland County Economic Development Office received funds commitments for $2,370,000. And council voted back in December to receive those funds. The funds were to go toward grading and preparing a site out at the Blythewood Business Park.
Mr. Rubel, thank you so much. I read that part of it, and I understand that, and I fully anticipate supporting this item. Mr. Malinowski raised a very good point, however, about the contract that rides along with this, that the county will be bound by. And I wanted to understand if legal or any of the other departments have reviewed it, and if they have, were there any things in it that they needed to make us aware of before we voted on the contract that rides along with it? I'm in favor of the project. I'm just concerned that we may be agreeing to things blindly that would later be problematic. I have no problem with the project, and I fully understand it. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Livingston. This is Jennifer Ladishkin. May I be recognized?
Yes, please. Mhm.
Hi. I just wanted to mention that in reference to the contract, we would be using the standard county contract for professional services and then incorporating the vendor's submittal to our request for proposals into that as part of the contract documents.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Malinowski, you still?
Yes, sir.
And then Ms. Newton. Go ahead, Ms. Malinowski.
As Ms. Myers pointed out, I mean, I also am in favor of the project, but it seems that on a $2 million contract, the council should see the contract and what all the details are, not just one statement that we're using a standard contract. Thank you.
Ms. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Logistkin, I guess my question is for you. You mentioned that we're using the standard contract for this. My question to you would be, by doing that, are we following Richland County's standard procedure with contracts of this nature where we have a boilerplate and then we put in the information, or are we doing something unusual as per our policy?
Good afternoon. No, this is the standard county procedure for implementing contracts. We have a boilerplate contract for professional services, and that's what we use, and then we incorporate the solicitation documents as part of the entire contract documents.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion? If not, Ms. Only, can you call for the vote on the committee's recommendation for approval?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Manning votes yes.
Myers,
Thank you, Ms. Only. Myers votes yes, just with the caveat that for future reference, it might be helpful if that's the case, Ms. Logistkin, that you just put that in the briefing document that will be using the standard contract, standard procedures. Thank you.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 17B, authorize the extension of
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Does
does that item need to be reconsidered?
Mr. Rubel?
If you do, that we won't object.
Well, I make a motion to reconsider if council will consider.
Second.
Move and proper second reconsideration. Is on can call roll for reconsideration?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Horatio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. That brings us to item 17B, authorize the extension of the term of the fee in lieu of tax agreement dated as of September 1, 1999 by and between Richland County, South Carolina and Ceramic LLC. Committee's recommendation was approval. Discussion. There being no discussion, Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I feel like I read two different terms in my documentation. Is this extension a 5-year extension?
Ms. Newton, it is a 5-year extension on a 20-year term. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Malinowski, you recognized.
Mr. Chair,
And then after Mr. Malinowski, you
Go ahead,
recognize.
Mr. Martin. Go ahead.
What you say, Ms. Malinowski?
Ms. Martin, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Myers.
just a question to follow up. If I'm not mistaken, there were some questions that were raised last time about this item.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rubel?
That was shared with council, the responses.
When? I think I've read everything and I did not see those responses. Okay. If you could give me a date as to when you sent that out, I'd be grateful because I was looking for those responses.
Yes, ma'am. It came
Thank you.
on September the 10th.
Okay. Ms. Only, could you forward that to me? Thank you.
Ms. Malinowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rubel, was that September 10th memorandum forwarded via email as well as the hard copy that I'm looking at?
I'll have to defer to the administrator's office. They distributed it through the clerk's office, I believe.
Right.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Ms. Malinowski?
Yeah, I'm just saying that I have the September 10th copy and hard copy only. I did not see it via email, and that's why I just wanted clarification on that. And that could be why Ms. Myers doesn't have it.
Okay, I think someone else wants to speak from staff.
Yes, sir. I was just going to answer Mr. Malinowski that was sent via email by Geo Myers.
Okay, that's fine. Also, I wanted to ask Mr. Rubel that it just seems to me we're creating, we're possibly making a negative precedent here. And that is that if somebody falls on hard times, we turn around and change the rules that we played by so that they can have some new rules and continue playing. Can you comment on that, please?
Yes, sir. This is a discretionary incentive, so council has the discretion to do as it so pleases. The committee weighed the issue, and they typically have expected additional investment because this company invested a great deal more than they committed when they originally created the fee in lieu. The council recommended, or the committee recommended to full council that this be approved. So the thought was they've committed a lot more than they ever said they would. They think they'll commit more. They just aren't in a position to make that commitment today.
Okay, and one of the comments in the summary of what you sent us said that they're requesting an extension in hopes of returning to profitability. What happens if they don't?
Then it would be null and void. They go out of business.
And the county loses whatever investment they have given, correct?
Well, we're not giving them money, let them pay less. Yes, sir.
Well, I know we're not giving them money, but in essence, we are not getting our money. So therefore we would lose out on that, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's the fee and lieu's are sort of matter of course anymore. The minimum investment's $2.5 million. So this becomes sort of standard across the state. Pretty much any company investing gets, particularly any manufacturing company, receives a fee. The terms now are allow for 30-year terms. So they were granted a 20-year term. They're just asking for a 5-year extension.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion. Again, Mrs. Only, can you call for the vote on the committee's recommendation for item 17B?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
Myers, yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to item 17C, consenting to and ratifying the partial assignment and assumption of a fee in lieu of tax incentive agreement from PPT Real Estate Enterprise LLP to NL Ventures, XIM North Point. Committee's recommendation was for approval. Any discussion? Mr. Maloney, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this one, I'm looking at page 145 of our agenda. In the last paragraph, it refers to attached Exhibit A, the 2020 assignment. But as I tried to find the 2020 assignment, what I found was I believe to be an older original assignment. And that particular original assignment showed that the term for this had expired and that they had, did we already, Mr. Rubel, did we give them a 5-year extension from their original investment period that ended on 10/31/16?
There are, I'm sorry, this pretty complex. There are two concurrent agreements. One expired in 2016, which was a fee in lieu. There's another agreement that's still ongoing.
You're 21?
And then when I'm not looking at the exact document you are, but the 2020 assignment, we voted on this back in May. So the exact same matter came before council. Council voted to approve it, but it was with a different buyer. That deal ultimately fell through, and now the company's returned with a different buyer, and they're asking the council to approve it again.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Ms. Hunter, can you call the roll for item 17C?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Myers, yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. That brings to item 17D, authorizing, approving, ratifying, and consenting to a partial assignment and assumption of a infrastructure credit and incentive agreement from PPT Real Estate Enterprise LP and LN Ventures North Point LLC. Committee recommendations for approval. Mr. Rube, you want to explain how that's related to the previous one?
Yes, sir. The two items are both partial assignments. They're both related to the real property. If the details, I think Mr. Jones can probably address better than I can.
Jones, you're right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, basically, it's two different assignments because it involves two different entities. And so that's why we have two different documents here before council.
Just want to make it clear that it was referenced to the same issue. That's my concern. Any questions reference item 17D? If not, I'll ask Ms. Oliver to call the roll.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Sorry, yes.
Walker? Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 18, report of rules and appointments committee. Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number 18A, the notification of vacancies. The committee recommends that items lettered A Alpha through S Sierra be advertised.
Do we not take a, yeah, you had committee's recommendation. Can you call the roll for the committee's recommendation? Mrs. Owen?
Sir, Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Newton, Livingston, sorry,
Yes.
Trejio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
Yes.
Newton, sorry.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Malinowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number 18B, number 1, because there was only one applicant, and that applicant also made application for item number B2, with which the committee is recommending that he be applied. We are recommending to re-advertise B1. And yeah, let's just end with that one, and then I'll take number 2.
Okay, so number 1, the committee's recommendation is to re-advertise for the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Yes.
Discussion. There being none, please, Ms. Owen, call the roll for item 1, I'm sorry, B1.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Trejio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Malinowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number B2, the Central Midlands Council of Governments. There were 2 applicants, but applicant B, Julianne Dixon, withdrew her application, leaving 2A, Todd Beasley, who was interviewed, and the committee recommends appointing Mr. Todd Beasley to the Central Midlands Council of Government.
Good committee's recommendation. Any discussion? There being none, Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for the committee's recommendation for item 18B2?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes, and I apologize. I lost contact on my other computer, so I had to get another device, but I do vote yes. I just finally got back. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Welcome back.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston, Trejio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mac, I'm in my meeting. I cannot talk now.
Mr. Malinowski?
Hey, Mr. Chair, the last item, 18B3, has been held in committee as we ran out of time to finish it. That concludes my report.
Malinowski, let me back up to item 2. Are you re-advertising? Were there more than one vacancy?
Yes, sir, that will be covered in those notifications to.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And actually, for the sake of correctness, Mr. Chair, that one, which is letter F as in Foxtrot, the number of vacancies will now be 2, not 3.
That brings us to item 19 on our agenda. First on the other items, first item on the other items is fiscal year 21 budget considerations. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of council. If you will refer to the document that I first presented to you as a memo during the budget work session, then again in the packet that you have as a briefing document, where specifically I'm asking that the county council move to approve the amendments to the fiscal year 2021 budget as submitted to you and the recommended budget book that you received during the week of August 31st, 2020. And specifically that information that I'm asking includes a 10% budget reduction to council departments. That money was already approved within the budget, so it does not require an amendment only.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Is this
You
item,
clarification?
is this item 19A1, the safe voting plan?
No, sir, it's A.
No, it's budget considerations, but Mr. Manning, your point is it's not a specific item you're talking about. Is that correct?
Well, man, as I'm reading the agenda, there's 19A, and then whenever you have those numbers underneath of it, that means the first item would be 19A1. I mean, that's the way the agenda was printed, published, and advertised.
Formatted wrong.
Yes, and we'll let Mr. Brown continue to explain what he explained, but we can take action in that sequence.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Might you recognize clarification too? Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with Mr. Manning. I don't think what Mr. Brown is talking about is properly before us because it is not on the agenda. I think Mr. Brown is raising items that do not appear on the agenda. I think Mr. Manning is entirely correct to say that what we should be talking about is A1.
So may I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So budget considerations, the entire item itself, and as we're discussing the budget itself and those considerations, that would not be considered appropriately on the agenda?
That's the point that Vice Chair Myers and myself are raising based on the reading of the agenda that was printed, published, and such.
It seems to me that, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, go ahead.
It seems to me that what you meant to do, Mr. Brown, was to present these items as separate issues, and the fiscal year 21 budget considerations should be a separate item. And maybe you should have had A, B being safe voting plans, C, Riverbank Zoo, D, school resource officers, E, victim assistance, and then G, hospitality tax allocations. But as it appears, and with the supporting documentation, I don't think that your item A subsumes what you're talking about. I think it is only those 4 items below it. And given that it would not have been noticed to the public, I'm not certain, and of course the chair can rule on this issue, but I think given that that would not have been properly noticed to the public, I don't know that it would be properly before this body.
Well, we do have budget considerations on the agenda. But the argument is, it's not clear specifically what budget considerations are.
Yes, sir. And it seems to be that the agenda suggests that it says the budget considerations that we're taking up are 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And Mr. Chairman, I would say the same thing. I don't think it's a matter of being unclear. I think the matter is the agenda as published is very clear, but it's not lined up with what apparently Mr. Brown was starting to discuss.
Mr. Chair, can I just say one more thing and then be done with it on this topic?
Yes, Mr. McBride, go ahead.
Okay, if Mr. Brown believes that these items are time sensitive and that they must be taken up tonight, it may be proper to bring the most critical ones before us in a motion, then to amend the agenda and take those items up. But I don't think we can take them up as the agenda is printed.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I understand what Ms. Myers and Mr. Manning are saying, and I think it's a formatting issue. For the FY21 budget consideration, would the state voting plan 2020 grant agreement be a part of that?
It's on the agenda, so it's an item before us.
I know, but I'm saying, would it be a part of the FY21 budget considerations?
Those items were items that were presented as additional items.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying that F121 budget consideration A by itself, you meant for that to be a separate item. And then as someone mentioned, then the other ones would have been B, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think it's more or less a formatting issue, but either way, the whole issue, the whole way it's formatted is confusing now. So I think Mrs. Myers' suggestion that we correct it might be the best way to do it, to go back and amend the agenda.
And Mr. Brown, let me ask you a quick question. I'm looking at your agenda briefing sheet, item A.
Make your computer easier to use.
Remember that item, it's not essential that we have to make a decision about that item tonight, is it? The first one is including a 10% reduction on departments, funding organizations, and then under that, you got formal acceptance of county grants as outlined in the recommended budget. In other words, have we not accepted the grants?
We have not accepted these grants that we have a start date of October 1, 2020. So right now you do have grants that if we don't, if the council chooses not to accept these, then these routine grants that these departments have been receiving, we would no longer be able to meet the deadlines to receive those grants.
Okay, so that may need to be added to the agenda. That's what I'm getting at.
Follow-up question, Mr. Livingston.
Yeah, that's your question while I'm looking at something.
Didn't the council already approve the FY21 budget?
Yes, you did.
So we don't necessarily have to go back through the budget considerations, do we? We could go with our FY21 budget that we've already approved.
You just have to approve, you have to approve the receipt of those grants though.
Right.
But everything else, you're correct. You technically passed the biennial budget, so you don't have to make any other changes, but as a part of your council process, we do need you to approve the receipt of those grants. That's your annual process. And you haven't done it for those grants that start October 1st and beyond.
So the grants are the only things that we have not taken some action approved?
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up question? This is Dahlia.
I have Madden in mind now, so I'm sorry if you might have your hand up.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'll yield to my two colleagues.
Ask you next.
Yeah, I'll let Ms. Myers go ahead also.
Oh, no. Okay. I'll be quick. Because I just am not following, because there's no supporting documentation in my packet for what Mr. Brown, you are pointing out. And for my part, I thought you also were discussing the 10% across the board reduction, which we have not approved. Is that correct, sir?
So correct, you have not approved that. So if the council took no action, you've already approved your 2021 budget. So that just
which would mean that none of the cuts that we've definitely said that have to be made could be taken. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you choose not to take any action, then that would not be included.
Or we could take action at a separate time when we actually have the documents and the items before us. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. But this information,
Okay.
Mr. Myers, was also presented at the budget work session. It's also on the county's website, and it was also the document that we covered in the recent amendments, including all those items with the associated information. So you're correct, but that information was presented.
I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Brown, but I am noting that the way the document is written for tonight's agenda, nobody in the public, at least as I read it, because I certainly was not on notice, would have been on notice that that's what we're taking up. And there are stakeholders who might have wanted to have input in that. And so it would be important in the supporting documentation as well as the agenda, which obviously they should ride hand in hand, that we put the public and everyone who's a stakeholder on notice that those items come up, you know, on the agenda on the evening when they're being discussed. So I agree with you. I'm well aware of what you're talking about, but as the agenda reads tonight, no one who has an interest in those items other than these four listed would have been on notice that those items were up tonight. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I have Mr. Malinowski, and somebody else yield to Ms. Myers. Who else was it? Mr. Malinowski, and then
Mr. Manning.
Andrew Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just, rather than keep debating this back and forth, let's ask legal for an opinion. Can we do it or can't we?
Mr. Malinowski, in following the discussion, it doesn't appear that the way that the item is listed on the agenda, that there is a clear delineation as it relates to the budget item that Mr. Brown is discussing relating to the reduction of the budget, which you've already approved. And it does appear that perhaps while these other matters, the grants and what have you, are outlined, it looks like the way that's printed on the agenda, that those specific items that are delineated was what was intended by the way that the agenda is set up. Just looking at the agenda itself.
Well, then, is there any reason we can't defer this and have a special call like on Thursday or something? Wasn't there already a meeting coming up?
But my suggestion would be is we move forward with the items that's listed on the 19A. And if there's an item on Mr. Brown's agenda briefing sheet that are essential, like the grants, we just, before the end of the agenda, before we complete the agenda, we just go back and add that item to the agenda. On an item that's essential, we'll just add it to the agenda and take care of it then, and then the other items we'll take care of later.
Can that be done, Mr. Smith?
I think you can do that, yeah. You'd have to amend the agenda.
With council vote to amend. Yeah.
Say again?
I'm saying with council vote to amend, we could amend the agenda.
You could amend the agenda. You could amend the agenda, but the way that it's listed at this point was what I was trying to say.
So I'll go ahead on and go through items 1, 2, 3, and 4. When we get before executive session, we'll go ahead on and see if council is willing to amend essential items on the briefing sheet to take action on tonight. So where we are now is other items, and under that, as listed on the agenda, is item 19A1, Safe Voting Plan 2020 Grant Agreement. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of council. You have on the meeting the members of the board, Voter Registration and Elections Board, as well as the Director of Voter Registration and Elections to address this grant opportunity. The council received in its packet detailed responses to the questions that it asked, consistent of whether or not the board approved this grant for the voter registrations office, what their thoughts were, There's information from the SEC that talks about that the agency the state does not receive the grant, so therefore the county or someone else would have to act as the recipient of the grant on behalf of voter registrations and elections. You have information about the organizations that support the funding for the grant, as well as some other counties that have also received funding. Other than that, we do have, again, the director on the line from voter registration and elections and the chair of that board. If you are willing to recognize them for any questions or information that you may need, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That item 1A, I'm sorry, 19A, 1s and 4s. The chair will entertain a motion regarding that item.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Move and second for Dr. Acceptance of the grant discussion. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 252 of our agenda. I realize that we've got a lot of information here and a lot of sections from the state law, but it does say in the last paragraph, or the complete paragraph above the last one, it says, since the appointing authority for county election commissioners is by an authority outside county government, the General Assembly has mandated that county council possesses no authority in this area. So if we possess no authority, then I don't believe we have the authority to accept or reject a grant, regardless of what it's for. If we could get that answered for a start.
Where were you, Mr. Malinowski, again?
Page 252 of our agenda. At the very bottom, the last complete paragraph, it's in section 7-13-70, starts with the third line down toward the end, since the appointing authority.
Mr. Smith, you want to respond to that and let me know what the point of authority refers to?
So, Mr. Livingston, yeah, the appointing authority in this case, and we've had this question come up on numerous occasions related to the county's relationship to the Board of Elections and voter registration. As you all know, the board itself is appointed by the delegation, and so they are a separate legal entity. So in this case, the county, what we recommended was that the county act as a pass-through for these funds, with the caveat that the county is not going to be responsible for the administration or the operations of this grant, that the administration and operations of this grant and the things that the grant is intended to address would all be the responsibility of the Board of Elections and voter registration.
I understand that, and I did read that was the recommendation. However, in number 7 of the actual requirements from this particular agency, it states that that they may hold the county responsible. It says they can ask for the return of all or part of the grant funds if it's determined in its sole judgment that any of the above conditions have not been met. Well, that would mean that, to me, the county is going to be held responsible if those conditions aren't met. So
My concerns exactly, Mr. Malinowski.
yeah, and something else we don't have in here, it says that the local government units would then own and control all of the equipment. We have no idea if there's
We
any
don't need to be in there.
particular software requirements, future costs for maintenance or upkeep, or update requirements by accepting any of this equipment. So again, I'm not sure that we have all those answers right there. In addition to that, it's my understanding that the state has mandated that there should be one voter election machine for every so many registered voters in that area. And we've been told more than once that we have the correct number of machines. So why would we want to incur costs with maintenance and contracts for 30 more machines that these people want to give? There's no mention of where those 30 machines would be used or how they would be used. So I just think we're getting off on something that maybe we don't really have all the answers to and aren't sure of. In addition to that, there was, I did quite a bit of research on this, and my research did show me that many of the organizations that they listed that support the work of this particular entity are left-leaning private groups who advocate for specific political agendas. They've shown themselves to oppose congressional bills that target terrorists, human traffickers, and other criminals that use the internet for crime. And this is all just public information that I got in researching it. They've donated to other liberal organizations, and that they actually tend to want to guide voters when they're registering them into what they should be doing when the vote comes up. I don't think we need to align ourselves with a group that has surrounded themselves with so many, in my opinion, questionable supporting entities. And we need to remain totally neutral in all matters when it comes to voting. And for that reason, I would not support accepting this grant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. McBride?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that this recommendation came from Richland County Voters Election, and I think that they took all these things into consideration. And I'm not sure where Mr. Malinowski did his research or what, but they are the experts in this area. We've also heard from our attorney. We know that we can't depend. We know that additional resources are needed. We also know the problems before. We have so many issues, and whatever resources we can get to help eliminate or mitigate some of those issues that we had in the past, then we need to look at doing it, long as it is done in a legal way. We've had legal to review it. We had the Elections Commission to review it. And so I think that this is something that we need to have done, and we have vetted it well. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Ratio?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Myers and Malinowski, you need to speak again? Ratio and Myers.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief here. Because County Council is the funding source for the Board of Elections, I believe that if we deny these monies flowing through, we would be kind of shirking our duties to ensure that the Board of Elections or the Election Commission is fully funded. So I'm very much in support of this grant as it is coming to us.
Mike, did I call you? Did you want to speak?
Yes, I just wanted to say quickly, typically Mr. Malinowski and I, even though we're of different parties, find much common ground, but I will differ from him on this issue tonight in that there are very good reasons to add voting machines to all of these places, even though the state law sets a floor, not a ceiling. It says we must have a minimum number of voting machines in each place. Given the importance of this upcoming election and our desire to support the Election Commission in making sure that the vote and the election is free and fair, having more machines, not less, strikes me as the right thing to do. And unless there's some indication from any research that the commission, as Ms. McBride rightly said, as the experts have found that these people can control the voting machines, honestly, if people lean left, right, or in the middle, and they want to provide more voting machines that are just clean voting machines that the citizens of Richland County can use, and the Election Commission has decided that they need them, I'm all in favor of getting them. So I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Malinowski, can you recognize again?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask whoever's here from the Election Commission, did they actually do any research into the partners that this group has, the partners, all those that they listed on page 270 of our agenda? There are numerous ones there.
Good evening, everyone. I did do some research on some of the partners that they have, and I also checked some of the sources, which are other sources that are other municipalities and districts that have received funds from this organization. To answer some of the questions as far as what the machines will be used for, the extra voting machines will be used for the satellite locations that we'll have throughout the county. And one of the other machines that we are looking into purchasing is called a DS-850, which will assist in counting the absentee ballots. We're expected to receive a large number of absentee ballots due to the pandemic that we're currently in. And also some other machines that we're looking into purchasing is a mail sorter, which will help sort the absentee ballots as they come in, and also verify the signatures. The capability of that machine is to verify anywhere from 15 to 20,000 signatures within an hour, which in the long run would significantly reduce the amount of funds that would be spent on workers to open the absentee ballot applications, and also, I muted myself, and verifying the signatures. So yes, we did do some research. And I think it's a great opportunity to, relieve the county of some of the funds that will go towards the elections.
All right, thank you. What have you determined regarding the any additional maintenance, registration, software contracts that possibly must have to be continued for these all this equipment that they want to buy and give to us? Have you come up with any cost or looked into that at all?
Yes, I am actually still waiting on some quotes from the vendors, which one of the vendors is a vendor that we already have, election systems and software, about rolling the maintenance for that into the current maintenance contract that we do have. I don't have any numbers as of yet, but those are things that I have done some research on to reach out to get that information.
Okay, so basically we're approving this blindly with the hopes that there won't be a huge number that you find out, but we really have no idea what the number is, correct?
Correct. I don't have an exact number. In speaking with the vendor, it won't be a huge difference, but as soon as I get that information, I can get it out to you all.
All right, thank you. And maybe if you do get this grant, and I don't know if you can use it, but maybe some of the money needs to go toward having somebody answering the phone for people that want to apply for absentee ballots. I've had nothing but 100% complaints on that, just for your info. Thank you.
I've received that information as well, and we will be sitting down meeting with IT on tomorrow to come up with a plan of action to start some type of queuing service to help get information out to the public, because more than likely, probably 80% of the calls that are coming in, they want general information, which we can give that information through the queuing service with doing a recording. We've actually hired additional staff as well to be able to answer the phones. So I will be sitting down with IT on tomorrow to determine the rollover, how the calls roll over, so we can, like I said, develop a plan. So any caller that calls will be able to get through.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for reasons that I can't support this, is just when I see organizations that support terrorist and criminal activities, and I've got nothing else to go on, and publish leaked national security information on the internet, I can't support that. Thank you.
Mr. Manning?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mrs. Manning would like me to just keep my mouth shut right now. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Miss Owen, can you call roll?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers, Newton.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 19A, 2 Riverbank Zoo request. Ms. Brown?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. During the budget work session, there were, the Riverbank Zoo made a request of the body. And I believe during that session, someone made a comment that the council would consider a motion towards their request.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Manager, Mr. Malinowski, go ahead.
I move that we honor the request of the Riverbanks Zoo to allow them to have money that they would usually get later in the year now, based on the reasons that were publicly presented in the work session process.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Proper second. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just know at that workshop meeting, I asked if, as long as we could do this legally, that's all. So we don't have problems with funding, advancing funds if we can't do it. Has anybody determined that?
Yeah.
Councilmember Malinowski, my understanding is that, yes, there is a process for that, but that will be vetted and it will come back and council will know exactly what that documentation looks like before anything happens, sir.
Thank you, Administrator Brown.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Myers and then Ms.
Mr. Chair,
Myers.
before you move to the vote on this item, I was booted out on the Zoom. I'd like my vote on the last item to be recorded as a yes.
That's the safe voting plan.
Yes, sir, on the safe voting plan. Yes, sir.
And
Thank you.
item, Ms. McBride.
Mr. Chair, I support the request from the zoo. I just want to confirm that they're not requesting additional funds. They're just asking to get their money at a different time, resource. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion, I'll ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for the item 19A2.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Miss Only? Mr. Chair?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
recognize Ms. Dixon.
I had to step away to check on something with Mac on the vote for the machine, so I'd like my vote to be re-recorded as a yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that brings us to item 13A3, school resource officers.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. During the budget work session, the Sheriff's Department through Chief Cowan made a presentation to the council. I believe that he also sent information to each council member as well as is included in the packet. And I believe that the Sheriff's Department is on the line to express their request for their consideration of the item that they put before the council related to school resource officers.
Who's going to represent the Sheriff's Department for this item?
This is Chief Cowan. I'm here if there's any questions, sir.
I was here if there's any questions, a reference and clarification on the request from the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Malinowski, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, can you let us know why, when you divide out the number of resource officers per district into the dollar amounts requested, the amounts per officer vary?
Yes, sir. So there was a period of time where the program from inception up until a few years ago, when the program started, the school resource officers that were initially implemented or placed in the schools were at a 50% cost. There was a period of time where, for example, District 1 added 14 new SROs. And when they did that, they were required to pay those at 100% and have paid those at 100% since. So as new SROs are added at the request of the district, they are required to pay 100% of the cost of those new positions. So that causes the difference in from district to district. It also causes a change when it also involves the number of SROs that they have per district. The numbers are basically as requested by the districts.
Okay, thank you. That explains that for me. And also, when you go down, I'm going to bring up the Heathwood one again. You say that roughly 76% of the overall cost is funded by the district, but Heathwood being a separate entity here, the figures that you have don't indicate that 76% because the MOU amount in your info that you provided us was a little over 47,000 and the cost of the county 35, almost 36,000.
The overall, sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The overall cost of the program, the total cost of all the districts combined, sir, is 75.97%. So I was giving that percentage as a conglomerate or as a collective. Each district is obviously broken down differently based on the costs that they pay. Each district, though, has incurred, including Heathwood, has incurred increased costs to them over the last several years, and that has begun to increase. So last year, as opposed to the year before, was higher for Heathwood, and this year will be, and next year will be, et cetera.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Malinowski, Brian.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Ratio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to explain my vote on this one. I'm going to be voting no on the funding for the school resource officers. And it really is just a vote no. I don't expect any longer discussion about this, but it really is just to signal that I would like for us to explore other ways for us to have support at the schools beyond law enforcement. Thank you.
I have McBride and Livingston.
Mr. Chair, I have to agree with Mr. Ratio because the last time I mentioned, I'm concerned that the school resource officers are important, but so are our nurses and our social workers. And I'm just concerned that we never provide the funding or the resources that are needed for those social services. Also, I need an explanation with the school resource officers. What is the figure amount that's being requested?
The total budgeted, we're asking for a revised budget, a total budget of 6.795,406.20, which is roughly a $727,000 increase from last year.
Okay, so $720,000, that's an increase that we're requesting, that you're requesting, right?
We're asking for the amount, the total budgeted, revised budgeted amount to be 6.795,406.20. That'd be the total budgeted amount, correct?
I want to know the increase, the additional funds that you're requesting.
The additional amount we're requesting is $727,000.
That's what I needed to know. Now, help me, that $720,000 is for what? I want to make sure I understand. What will the $720,000 do?
The majority of the increase that we've requested is to balance from the total rewards study, which is the salary increases that council voted into effect for the entire county. And the amount that we've requested, the majority of that has to specifically do with PORS, increase to the PORS, the retirement system, FICA, the total rewards, and some operational expenses.
Okay, so this is like a raise to $720,000. Is that like a raise for the school resource officers?
The school resource officers, along with other deputies and other county employees, received raises over the course of the total rewards program. This amount is specific to making sure that the salary, the budget for the school resource officer program is commensurate with the costs related to their salaries, their FICA, their PORS, and their operational expenses.
So if we didn't get the $720,000, we would not lose any school resource officers, would we?
We wouldn't have the funding in place to pay them what their salaries have been for the last year.
So they would have to get a decrease, a reduction in salary?
We'd have to figure out some way to pay their salary. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure. So if we didn't give the $720,000, then we would have to reduce their salaries.
I would assume that would be the only solution, because the impact would be to their retirement accounts, their tax accounts, their insurance, their salaries, and the operational expenses associated with the program.
I guess that's where the confusion comes, because we budgeted enough. We should have budgeted enough to take care of all the salaries in our last year budget.
No, ma'am. Last year there were 67 SROs that did not receive any funding, and they should have, and they all qualified, and they should have, and the sheriff covered that within his budget last year, and we passed that cost off. But no, ma'am, that's not the case. We had 67 people within just that budget center that did not receive raises that qualified for them.
Okay, so 67 didn't. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding, Chief. God.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I understand totally. Absolutely.
So 67 received wages, but the sheriff had to go within his budget to find those raises.
We had to fix that issue. Yes, ma'am. And we did, with the help of administration, we fixed that issue with using funds within our own.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Mr. Hayes, Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am, we're here.
Okay, so you've gone over over the budget for the school resource officers, and this is what you find to be the issue too, in terms of not having adequate funds to continue all of the resource officers, at least paying them at last year's level.
Ms. McBride, I'll speak to that, and I'll have Mr. Hayes speak to that. So the short answer is the description provided by Chief Cowan, based on the information he shared, then that would be the area where the budget does not equal. You have within potentially the Sheriff's Department in some respects and some other departments, you have a financial number and then you have a budget number. And in all cases, those things do not currently equal.
Mm-hmm.
So it is very possible that Chief Cowan has identified some areas where he believes those numbers do not match. Whether or not that is the total value, it really can only be determined by the department who is creating the expense.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just, I just want to make sure, because I know that a number of departments are, falling short of the resources that they need, and I want to at least have clarity on the issues that are before us now. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. McBride. Thank you, ma'am.
I have names and then new, just couple quick questions. Mr. Cowell, this would this $727,000 would give an increase to all the school resource officers?
No, sir. It would balance the school resource officer budget. It would make the budget whole. And because the budget last year was missing funding to pay the school resource officers what they were entitled as it was related to the total reward study and to operational expenses. And we've passed off the expenses to the district at a total of 75.97%. So the budget increase that we're asking for is related to balancing and making the budget whole so that we can function properly, and we're not giving raises to. So if you vote on this tonight and you pass it and then vote goes through the third reading, they're not going to get additional raises as a result of it. You will be giving us the funding to pay them at their present salaries. And it will not be adding any positions either.
I'm getting more confused now. Mr. Hayes.
Yes, sir, Chair.
Each department, or maybe a human resource question, I don't know. Each department, based on the criteria that council approved for total rewards, got a certain amount of money based on the criteria.
Well, I don't want to, I don't want to speak for Dwight Hannah, but I will say council approved $1.5 million for total rewards to begin in January, and annualized that would be $3 million. Director Hannah and his staff, I think, working with payroll, determined what was the eligibility criteria for those departments to receive that amount, sir.
Ms. Newton, go ahead. So I can put my question into my comment. Go ahead. Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few questions here. And one, I don't think we have time to take up today, but I think that this conversation has raised questions about the total rewards program. And so it would be appropriate for us in the appropriate format to get a full update on where we are with total rewards and to compare what we actually approved, what we funded, and where we stand with that program. That information would be helpful. Apart from that, my question would be, looking at these additional expenditures that we are discussing for the Sheriff's Department, my question is, what would the source of funding be if this item was to be approved today? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Answer that question.
To answer your question, Councilwoman Newton, because these funds are not currently a part of the general fund budget, we would have to dip into the reserves, ma'am.
And presumably, well, we could budget differently, but as this is a recurring expense, it's something that would have to be done on an annual basis.
Yes, ma'am. That would be an annual expense, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Livingston?
Ms. Myers, you recognize.
Just a follow-up question to Mr. Hayes. If we were to approve this and dip into our reserve funds to do it, where would that put us, given what we're having to do with COVID-19? What would the number be, and where would we be with regard to what our rule is for reserve?
Ms. Myers, that would be more of a Director Ham question. She may be on the line.
Yes, this is Stacy Ham, Director of Finance. This amount, we're already above the 25%, so this would not affect us too much we'd still be in the range of our required fund balance, unassigned fund balance.
What are the numbers, ma'am?
We're currently, the unassigned fund balance is currently around $40 million. which is around 26%. So this would be 700,000 out of that amount.
Mr. Brown, a question for you with regard to COVID-19 and a few of the other things that you have identified that we're going to have to tap into these reserves to pay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm
Do
here.
you share, Ms. Ham's confidence that this won't have, given COVID-19, a couple of the other things coming up with regard to the county's obligations with regard to DOR and other things, are you as confident as Director Ham that we'll be well within the range of where we're supposed to be if we do this? And those things which are mandatory?
Sure. So to answer your question specifically, I have already communicated that with the uncertainty that we face, that I don't want anybody to be too optimistic or too negative. So with COVID-19 being present, I'm not confident on any financial numbers in terms of what we're going to look like next year. Whether we're talking about this particular item or another item, in general, I'm not confident that I know exactly what the outcome will look like. So that applies really generally.
And just one last question, Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
With regard to total rewards, in harmony with what Ms. Newton just asked, have we looked at that with the 10% across the board freeze and cuts that we recommended, or have we not touched total rewards? Because there may be some question as to, given the economic downturn, whether or not we should be looking at that differently. And I, like Ms. Newton, might like an update on where we are and an analysis of what the fiscal impact of that will be given the uncertainty you've highlighted. Have we looked at that?
So I'm going to try to answer that question, and I'm going to also have Director Hayes step in. My understanding is that the council approved total rewards, and that total rewards implementation took place in last year and last fiscal year, but that there is no additional funding applied to total rewards this year. So if you're asking whether or not the budget contains monies for total rewards right now, and if we reduce that by 10%, my understanding that the budget contains no funding for total rewards at all. And so I'll have Mr. Hayes speak to.
Mr. Hayes, is that correct?
Yeah, I'll to clarify. So council approved for phase one, we'll call it, of the total rewards back in August of 2019 to bring individuals up to the new minimum. And that was roughly about $1.8 million. We used residual funding from the COLA of FY19 to fund that. And we put that 1.8 million in FY21 annualized. In addition to that, council approved, initially we had 1 million, council added another 500,000 to seed fund total rewards, bringing individuals up to some portion of their market starting in January 2020. That 1.5 million was annualized to 3 million for FY21. So those funds, the 1.8 million and the 3 million were put in FY21 as a continuation of funding that started in FY20. What we don't have is any new money to add on to that for FY21. FY21 was a continuation of the funding that was approved by council in FY20.
So the answer technically is there is total rewards money in this budget, correct?
Yes, sir. To continue what started in FY20. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. And so, Mr. Brown, I put my question back to you and ask that you bring us back an answer at the next meeting, because that is, in my opinion, quite a critical piece of how we put all this budget stuff together. My last question, and this, Mr. Livingston, you may know the answer to this, but I guess the staff probably has a better hands-on answer. I was wondering, given your experience, what this does to our ability to impact or at all the sheriff's budget next year. So will this then take us to a place where we cannot go under this amount next year? Because I know that the sheriff's budget is different from every other budget. I just want to be sure that we're not
That's my
getting
understanding.
into
Based on the documents we received, I think, you know, you can't.
Okay.
You can't release.
Thank you.
Manning and Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question, I'm not sure who it's for. In the past 11 years that I've been involved in budget with regard to school resource officers, the county was reimbursed by the school district. So I'm hearing that this is going to come out of the reserve fund this year. So has something changed that the school districts will no longer be reimbursing the county?
Chair Livingston, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Yeah, not to speak for Chief Cowan, of course, but the number he gave you in your packet referring to the $6,795,406, that's their total budget requested. The schools would pay $4,798,694, and the county's portion would be the $1,996,000. So I think what Chief is referring to would be the increase to the county's portion.
With no school repayment. Sorry, that was a question.
Oh yeah, well again,
are you saying that there would be no school replacement of any of that funding that we're talking about tonight?
Not of the 1.9, the 4,798,000 is the school's portion, sir. But again, I certainly would defer to Chief Cowan.
We have increased the amount of money that from last year to this year from the school districts. So the additional money that we're asking for is specifically goes to the 75.97% of the overall cost of the program, which is passed off to the districts. So again, I know there's a difference between fiscal and financial and budgeted versus actuals and the time of year when those reimbursements come in, but the funding, the 75.97% of the money that we're requested since this program has been in inception is reimbursed.
So you anticipate that that proportion would again be reimbursed to what we're talking about tonight?
We've passed that cost off to the districts, so I'm not sure Mr. Hayes and I have differing opinions on that. And we can get together.
All right. The second thing with the total reward. So I'm understanding that Chief Cowan saying that the county did not give the money to the sheriff's department toward the total rewards last year, but there was some to the county. So if there's not any to the county this year because of the financial situation, but really what's being asked at this point regarding this item is for really to make up for the shortfall last year. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Manning, we met with administration in April and May of last year, and again in July and August and November of last year over this issue, because we had 67 SROs that did not receive funding, but that qualified under the Total Rewards program. We agreed to cover those costs for the last budget year, which we did, and this year have passed those expenses off to the districts. So the money was, they all qualified. There was no, under the Total Rewards program that was set by the county. And we met with administration on which I included in my memo, the number of times we met and we sat and talked about this issue.
Okay, thank you, Chief Cowan. A broader question as we talk about our economic times, and I know we postponed part of the budget waiting for the state economist, which I don't recall in our work session last week for a budget second reading, public hearing, third reading that has stalled somewhere. But I know that when we had met earlier talking about budget matters, that when we closed out the books on June 30th of FY 1920 of FY 2019-2020 on June 20th of this year, that our revenues for that fiscal year, which included at least a full quarter of dealing with COVID, that we put well over $1 million into the reserve fund. Will you verify that that was indeed what was said?
Stacy Ham, Finance Director, that's correct. Our revenues
Thank
came
you.
in above what we budgeted.
Well over $1 million.
Correct.
Thank you. Also at that time, the question was asked, how did July 2020 compare to July of 2019? And the answer was that the revenue to the county in July of 2020 was above July 2019. Will you verify that that was the question asked and the answer at that meeting?
That was correct.
Do we have the figures from August of this year yet?
No, not the accruals aren't done for August, so we don't have the total revenue for August at this point.
Okay, so this will be my final statement, Mr. Chair. With regard to this issue, and with all great respect for my colleagues, Councilwoman Terratio and Councilwoman McBride, I'm a social worker. I absolutely would love to see more social work. I would love to see more nurses. I'd love to see more mental health. And those things are funded through state government. Now, we can do more here in the county above and beyond that, but that is not statutorily under the purview of Richland County or any county government in South Carolina, as is public safety. Public safety including EMS, firefighting, and the sheriff's department, the way we have it set up in our county in South Carolina. So while I'm all for reimagining how we do policing, and while I'm all for additional funding for services for our citizens, and while I believe when we put those two things together, we can decrease some of the need for local law enforcement, I am just not, I want to find other ways to make a statement, but to vote no and put into jeopardy our current law enforcement, and remembering that SROs are in our schools. And of all the mass shootings, some of the largest ones, and certainly some of the most heartbreaking, have been in schools. So I really would respectfully request, and I'm sorry this is a Zoom meeting, and I can't look down the row and just see your face and see my face, but say, please let's find another way to make that very, very important statement without doing a vote that could flip a majority and put our students in schools in jeopardy while we try to figure that all out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my colleagues.
All righty, I have Newton, Livingston, and McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. My question is partially a follow-up on total rewards, and I'm not sure if this is a question for Chief Cowan or a question for Mr. Hayes, but as discussed, when we looked at total rewards, what we approved was an initial phase of total rewards to bring people up to the minimum. And so I just want to clarify that the increase that we're talking about for the sheriff's department only encompasses that first phase that was approved for the county. Or if that's not correct, what other phases did it include? Thank you.
Did you want me to, I want to make sure I didn't step on anybody's toes. This is Chief Cowan. The amount that we're talking about specifically for us is what was related directly to the phases that have already been implemented.
Thank you.
And my question here is all about, just fairness and trying to understand the total rewards program in terms of how it affects everybody. Now, 67 school resource officers and $727,000. That's when you divide that number, that's an awful lot of money per person. Is that equal to what others would have received under the total rewards program? So that's significantly high to me. When you look at the whole amount that the Sheriff Department received last year, I think was what? $1 million, I think.
Mr. Livingston, keep in mind that that's not just salaries, that's also FICA, PORs.
I understand that, but that's FICA and all that stuff, the other part too I'm talking about, when the amount that was received for the whole department last year that included FICA and all too, if I'm looking at it right, and it was like $1 million, and this is 727 for 67 people. How did that math work?
I don't have the total number that we got, sir, in front of me. I only have the SRO portion in front of me now, sir. I apologize.
Is Mr. Someone from Human Resources on the line?
Yes, this is Dwight, and I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. And you may not have the number I'm asking you for, because I remember having a discussion about this last year. Because when I remember speaking to you, and I remember the sheriff department had some concerns, and they asked for some adjustments. And if my understanding, some of those adjustments were made in as it relates to total rewards. Can you tell me, do you remember anything about what I'm talking about and how that worked?
I think I do, and I think you're speaking to the same thing that Chief Cowan is speaking to, if I'm not correct. I think the question is, how was the funding for the past fiscal year handled for those employees? But yes, that's my recollection also.
Okay,
did I answer your question? Sounds like maybe
I'm just trying to figure out how you get $727,000 for 67 people.
Mr. Livingston.
I think as it relates to the 720,000, I think I would prefer that Chief Cowan speak to that specifically, but to the general question that you were raising about last year, I think that is consistent with the point. I'm not trying to talk for Chief Cowan, but I think that's consistent with the part of the point, at least, that Chief Cowan is raising. And that was funded, at least part of it was funded within the existing sheriff department's budget. But I'll stop there and let maybe Chief Cowan follow up.
No, I'm on the same page with you, Mr. Hanna. I mean, we had some people that were $6,000, $7,000 behind where they needed to be in salaries over the last multiple years, and that was all based on the criteria that was set. As I've always said, when we've had these discussions and the memos that I've sent out, this increase is salaries, FICA, retirement, and operational expenses that we have passed off to the district and that we are needing in order to make the SRO budget whole and operational, to not increase positions, not increasing salaries going forward. This is just to make us whole where we presently are.
And
Mr. Livingston,
I have McBride and then Myers. Ms. McBride, you recognize.
Okay, can you hear me now? I want to make sure that everyone understands my position. In fact, the school resource officers were under me when I was at the Department of Education. So I have always been a supporter of school resource officers, just as I am a supporter of school social workers, counselors, and nurses, and social services. So that was my point being made. And I do think as a county council person, as a county council, as a whole county council, we are responsible for the social services in schools for our youth. We are responsible for the education budget. And I think that we need to hold the school districts accountable for both public safety, including the social services part. And I'm sure that Sheriff Lott would agree with me on the need for counselors and social workers. So my concern does not mean that I don't support the school resource officers. So I want to make that clear. I question this, we have the school resource officers budget coming up, and I just wish that we could have those social service workers, those counselors, that we could discuss budgets for them also. So that's my point that is being made, that we have to take seriously the other social services skills and lack of services, rather, that our students in school are not receiving. And I also have a problem with paying for private schools, as Mr. Malinowski has mentioned, that these funds, are we just paying for one private school? Did all the other private schools get the option to have school resource officers? You know, there are a lot of questions that are coming up, and I want clarity on where we're going with it. But I want to lead with, I support, and I wholeheartedly support school resource officers, as well as social services programs. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Ms. Cole,
I have a question to follow.
Ms. Myers, yes, please, I'm sorry.
So I'm confused now. Mr. Hanna, can you please tell me what the total amount was that we set aside last year for total rewards, and what the total number of employees covered by that amount was?
Ms. Myers, I can tell you, and I'll ask Mr. Hayes to help me. As I recall, the council approved funding of about $1.5 million, and that was for 1/2 fiscal year. Obviously, annualized, that's $3 million, and that was for all employees that were eligible based on the criteria of the total rewards study. I'm on my.
How many employees would that be?
About 2,200 that were eligible. Now that's not all employees that got an increase. I have that information. I could try to look it up, but it's on my iPad, and I don't want to cut you off. But I do have it. I just don't have it printed out in front of me.
So you would estimate.
When I received that information, just to answer that question, Ms. Myers, I think when I received that information that I requested, it was like 2,130 employees.
How much,
So a couple thousand employees.
Does that sound right, Mr.
Yes, sir.
What was the amount, Mr. Livingston? I didn't get that.
Some employees was 2,130.
Okay.
Do I still have the floor, Mr. Chair?
Well, yes, you do. I was just answering your question. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I understand. I just didn't want to interrupt. So a little over 2,000 employees, and we, on an annualized basis, approved $3 million. And so we're now coming back and approving nearly 800,000 for 68.
67.
That strikes me as extravagant. I mean, that's a lot. What? I'm missing something here. I didn't start out confused this way, but I'm utterly confused now.
Let me see if I can address it again. The money, it goes to
Because that would be a full third almost of what we're allocating for the entire county for 67 employees.
There are operational expenses included in that $727,000 request. It's total reward salaries, FICA, PORS, and operational expenses.
Which portion of it is OPEX?
I can refer back to my memo. I'll have to get that information to you.
Mr. Chair, is this a time
Because if we call it total.
Ms. Myers, would you find it if this time sensitive?
But I'm happy to yield to you, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to know if it's time sensitive because it just seems
okay.
Well, we've approved the budget. This is just an amendment to the budget.
Yeah, but that would mean total rewards is $4 million annualized almost rather than 3. That's a big difference.
It really is. I asked again if this time sensitive because this will give us opportunity to look at it, you know, line by line items. That's what I'd like to see. I hear what Chief Calvin is saying, but you know, like I'm kind of like a visual learner, so I'd like to see it visually. I don't see it in the document.
Mr. Chair, this is the administrator. May I try to answer Ms. Dickerson's questions, please? Councilmember Dickerson, the question that you asked about whether or not it's time sensitive, the county council has the ability at any time, if it chooses to amend the budget. So you have to address this item right now, tonight, and only tonight. No, ma'am, you can address this item at any time you so chose because it would require an amendment to the budget. So that is the answer to your question, ma'am.
So, Mr. Chair, would I be allowed to make to defer this item till our next council meeting?
You can make a motion if you so choose to. Is that a motion?
That's my motion to defer this item to the next council meeting because many of us have many unanswered questions and we really want to address.
Motion for deferral, is there a second? Is there a second to the motion for deferral?
I'll second it.
Moving properly, second for deferral. Deferral is not debatable. Let me ask Ms. Only to call the roll.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Yeah, let me figure out what I was. That brings us to item 3, victim assistance.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Chief Cowan is still on the line to address the Sheriff's Department's request related to victims assistance, sir.
Cowan?
I'm happy to answer any questions. There was some additional requests during the budget work session that I forwarded to council, what the expenses were for the last 5 years, which I forwarded out. Again, reiterating that during the biennium, council made the decision to not increase the victim services funding across the county, and in so doing, reduce the sheriff's capacity to provide salaries to victim services. And that result of that is a need for $153,389.52 increase to the present budget. Again, that specifically is related to no new positions. It's specifically related to existing positions that are the same positions that have existed for the last 5 years, and specifically related to paying the salaries of those individuals that are providing victim services across the county.
Mr. Chair,
I have Malinowski, then Dickerson.
Okay.
Well, Ms. Dickerson, you go ahead, I'll wait.
No, I listened to you first because you might ask my.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Dickerson, I know I asked the question previously or made the statement that maybe the Victim Services overall program needs to be looked at if these costs keep going up, and up year after year. But this council several years ago, and I think the figure was back in 2016, had come up with a figure around $608,000 that they did not want to go over in the future for victim services. So if that's not the figure we're at, I would just make a motion that we stick with what the council has listed as a top number for victim services. And if it's at 608,000 and change, then my motion would be that we provide the sheriff's department the $608,000 in change.
I second that motion, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerson.
It's moved and properly second, and that was to do what, Mr. Malinowski?
It was to give the sheriff's department what this council agreed upon as a cap for victim services, which may be 608,508, I think. Mr. Hayes can give us that.
It's been moved and properly second. Discussion. Manning, then Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to hear what that figure is because the motion has the figure, but we're not certain that is the figure. So I'd like to hear for certain that that figure is the certain one.
Council Chair Livingston, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Yes, that figure is 686,021. But again, that's for the Victim Services Fund as a whole, not just the Sheriff Department, but it's 686,021.
Mr. Chair, that is the cap that we are that's Mr. Malinowski, will I be okay to intercept?
You want to just ask a question for clarification quickly?
Yeah, the clarification, that
Okay,
is
go ahead.
correct. And we said that we did not want it to exceed that amount so that the victim assistant had to work within that amount of 600, whatever I didn't write it down, what Mr. Hayes just quoted. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
And then Ms. Walker.
Jeez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still have the floor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Manning.
Oh, no, because you were just asking for clarification.
Yes.
So the other thought I have is, I understand putting a cap, that's kind of like what Act 388 did, but it's still considered for growth in population, growth in cost of living, the CPI as an adjustment. So, and then we've had the total rewards come in and some cost of living raises across the board. So I'd just be a little concerned about a frozen number. And really that's what 388 did, a frozen number, but recognized that as there was growth in population and increase in the consumer price index and such, that you would need to do some adjustment. So if we're not going for the whole amount, I would like for us to consider at least going up some based on the principles of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I said this. Now we're not really. We're actually. That's the same amount that was provide approval last year. The 686 from the general fund.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's the same amount, 686,021. In addition to the victim services revenue, that was what approved for both years. I think 921 was total.
Right, but what's before us now is recommendation to continue to approve the transfer the same amount as we did last year, this year.
Well, again, I don't want to speak for the chief. I think what he's asking for is an increase for specifically for the victim services fund for the sheriff department. Remember, victim services has 4 funds: the sheriff, court administrator, detention center, and solicitor. So he's requesting for an increase or to make his budget whole specifically as it relates to the sheriff department. And
let me ask that question a different way then. How does what he's requested affect the total amount from the general fund last year? Does that make it more or less?
well, like Mr. Brown said, if you do an amendment, that would be more than the 686, sir.
And that'd be more than the 686 from last year.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Mr. Scott, you can go ahead. You can up there. Mr. Walker, I'm sorry.
Mrs. Walker. So I'm a little bit frustrated as I sit here and listen to the conversation. I've been in now, 19, 20 months of conversations with this particular council, specifically in executive session, where I hear the continued complaint of unfunded mandates, right? We get frustrated when governances higher than us mandate certain things that they then do not appropriate funding to us for, and we have to go figure out how to cover it. How do you not perceive it as, particularly in items 19A, 3, and 4, us doing the exact same things to those electeds over whom's budget we preside? When we push down a TRS mandate that says provide raises to employees at a certain level, how can we then not expect to turn around and be asked to fund those raises? My frustration lies in the fact that the hypocrisy of saying, hey, state legislature, stop pushing down unfunded mandates on Richland County is now being presupposed upon those over which, again, we preside over their budgets. So I would just caution the council to fully understand exactly what it is that's being asked for here. And that is, we've told the sheriff he has to do something, yet we're now debating whether or not we're going to fund that which we told him he has to do. So just want to be real clear and real public and real out there about the fact that we put the mandate out there. Now it's, incumbent upon us to find the money to go do what we told him to do. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. McBride?
Yeah. I think the county has been very supportive of the sheriff in every budget issue almost, and we will continue to be supportive. I will. But particularly with mandates, but our issue right now is not whether we're going to fund. It's not an unfunded mandate. We're trying to make sure that it's within our budget where we can do it and the requirements for it. I personally will vote yes for the victim assistance because I think that's I think grant money is money that we need and assist us with it. But the other thing is that I don't think that the county is, I know I'm not thinking about not funding a mandate. So I don't want the public to get that, have that perception that we're thinking about doing unfunded mandates for the sheriff's office, because that's not the history of Richland County Council, not since I've been on it. Thank you.
Mr. Maloney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like someone to give us a quick background on this victim services, because it was my understanding that what came down was imposed upon us to give to the sheriff came from the state to begin with, and that we actually only were required to give a lot less than what we are right now, but we've, in our generosity, given a lot more. So can someone give that answer, please?
Mr. Malinowski, this is the administrator. I just wanted to say, sir, I'm not able to address that. I'm not familiar with that, sir.
Maybe Mr. Smith.
Mr. Malinowski, I do believe that there was a statute which was passed by the legislature that there would be victim services that would be provided to victims of crimes. And those services were generally operationally done through the sheriff's department and through the solicitor's office, who basically were tasked to provide those services, like giving notices to the victims of crimes whenever you had a situation where someone who was getting out on bond or something like that, and this person had been a victim of the person that had been perhaps detained, needed to be notified, and they needed to be notified of dates and times of hearings where their presence would be needed. So I believe that that initially came down from the legislature, that those services would be provided under the Victim Assistance Act.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. And my recollection is the reason the cap came into place was because the amount that the state also mandated that we paid kept going up, and we kept paying it. And finally, the council said, enough's enough. We're only going to do this much in the future. And the state was required to pay whatever else was needed. That's my recollection. Thank you.
Mr. Malinowski, quickly, I don't know what source it was, but it started out, the state had some type, I forget which fee or tax it was, that was funding the Victim Assistance Program. But as the years went by, that fee or tax generated less funding than it did originally. But council thought victim assistance was very important, so council started adding money from the general fund to supplement the amount of decrease in original funds that were being generated. And so that's kind of how we got where we're right now, because each year the fund was declining from that source. And so we kept adding to it so we can continue to have a viable victim assistance program. Now, personally, for me, I think that's something that's worthwhile to the county. I think if it requires me to put more money into the victim assistance program to keep it viable, that's important to me. So that's why I continue to support the increase over time.
Well, I'd say you're correct on that, Chairman Livingston, but also when I asked for an overall accounting and looking into the overall system, the overall program, I think that needs to be done seriously, because I'm familiar with more than one instance where victims were not notified or anything done on their behalf like is supposed to be done according to this process. And I'm going back several years also. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, the motion is for approval of the recommendation from the Sheriff's Department for and I forget what the amount is. Someone restate that amount for me.
$686,021.
But that's what's in the approved budget. I thought it was more. It was going to increase that amount. Mr. Hayes, help me out, because that's why I was asking a question earlier. When I looked at the victim assistance budget book, it already says transfer in 686.
Chair Livingston, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what the County Administrator Brown said earlier, any amendments to the budget will exceed what's currently been approved. So currently for VA fund overall, the general fund transfer in is 686,021. I believe, and again, I want to speak for Chief Cowan, but I believe the sheriff request is for 153,000. So
okay, so that'll be above the 686. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand now. Good.
Mr. Livingston, may I make one small point of clarification?
Please go ahead.
So in FY18 and FY19, the sheriff's budget for victim services was at 650,000. FY20, it dropped to 524,000. We did not increase positions. The only increases to the cost of the program were related to total rewards, FICA, and police retirement. The interesting thing is that we continue, as no requirement, we continue annually kicking in $248,000 additional to the general fund to help support the victim services program. So I just want to make sure that everybody is clear on that annually we kick into the general fund an additional $248,000 to help support the things that are being mandated by the state and that are necessary to provide services to victims of crime. All we're asking is to put us back to where we were in FY19, FY18, and FY17, so that we can then continue to pay the salaries of the persons that have been in place for that same period of time. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any further discussion?
Just a quick question, Mr. Livingston.
All right, you have next.
Chief Cowan, what's the head count for the staff for victim assistance?
Shoot, I had that right in front of me, ma'am. Can I send that to you in a few minutes? I honestly don't have it in front. I have it somewhere in front of me and I can't see it.
It'll help me make my decision. That's kind of, I just want to understand how many people that covers. That's the point of the question.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't have it in front of me. I apologize.
Mr. Chair, may I be
Is it over 50?
No, ma'am.
Is it over 10, under 50? Is it under 10? Is it over 10? Any ballpark idea?
I think it's 12, ma'am. I think it's 12 total people, part-time and full-time, but I have to double check that.
And the total number is 700 and some odd thousand?
We're asking
12 people, you think?
677,000 is what was where we need to be to be fully operational.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
You certainly can. You recognize.
Chief Cowan, can you tell me the number of, say for instance, if we had 10 victims last year and 15 victims this year, can you give me an amount of the increase or decrease in the amount of victims that we are serving or the potential to serve?
We answered 154,000 calls for service in Richland County last year.
154,000 victims.
Calls for service we responded to. As far as the number of actual victims of crime, I don't have those numbers in front of me, ma'am. I'm sorry. As you well know, across this country, that crime has not gone down.
I'm not talking about the country right now, Chief. I'm talking about Richland County. I'm just trying to figure out. That's where I am.
The services that we need to provide have not decreased. No, ma'am.
It has not decreased?
No, ma'am.
I recall one time, how long does a person stay in this program? Because I remember that there was a couple of people, victims who had been serviced for a number of years. Is there any cutoff on those dates? We just continue to serve them? How long do we continue to keep a person in that program?
Sheriff's position is that anybody who's been victimized by a crime, as long as they need assistance, we're going to provide them that support that they need, ma'am. So there is no cutoff date.
Okay.
All righty. I have Malinowski and McBride and Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Cowan gave us some figures here, starting with 17 fiscal year at 640,000 roughly, and then in 18 and 19 went to 654,000. The motion is to give 686,000, so that's above those figures. So
Mr. Malinowski, the request for us is $677,456. That's specifically what we're requesting, which will put us back at the FY19, FY18 level.
And what's been approved right now?
524,067.
Okay, and Mr. Hayes, the cap.
To give you some clarification, Mr. Malinowski, yes, again, the 686,000 is for the VA fund as a whole. Remember, there are 4 departments there. So what the sheriff was approved, I think for FY21, 521,000 based off the total budget, in the fund of 931. Again, not to speak for Chief Cowan, want to make that clear, but I think he's asking for an additional 153 over the currently approved amount of 521.
Okay, is there anybody that keeps track of these victims that are being served? In other words, the solicitor has somebody. How do we know that they're not claiming the same one that the sheriff is, or the coroner, or whoever else gets a cut of this pie?
I can't speak for the coroner or the solicitor, sir, but I can speak for the sheriff's department. I just don't have those numbers in front of me. We do track the victimization, and we do track the services that we provide. We provide different services to victims than, for example, the coroner's office would, or the solicitor's office would, or the jail. I think the jail even has victims advocates as well.
And that's where I was going, Chief, in the beginning, that we somehow need to get this all under one umbrella here so that we know who is actually needing of the services. We don't need 3 or 4 different departments, I don't think, providing it. I think we need one to take that person and handle what their needs may be. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. McBride?
I was trying to find out what motion is before us.
To add $153,000 to the victim assistance portion of the budget for the sheriff.
Mr. Chair, clarification, the motion was the one that I made to approve the amount that we have approved for the sheriff in the past of that $686,021.
So you did a substitute.
It was not a substitute motion, Ms. Mal.
Motion, I thought.
That's Ms. Malinowski's motion. Does someone want to make a substitute?
That's in the budget.
So we don't have a motion for the sheriff's one yet. For the request from the sheriff.
The only motion on the floor right now is one that Ms. Malinowski made.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Walker, you recognize.
I make a substitute motion to approve the full amount requested by the sheriff under this item.
I'll second that motion. So we have a substitute motion on the floor. Substitute motion is for the recommended amount for victim assistance. If there's no further discussion, I'm gonna ask Ms. Owen to call the roll for the substitute motion.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers, Newton. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move for reconsideration.
Second.
Moving properly second reconsideration. Ms. Only, can you call the roll for reconsideration for item 19A4?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Horatio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
I was muted before. I vote no for reconsideration.
okay. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Recognize.
me and my computers are just crazy. I see it's not muted. So to move this item forward, I'll vote yes, and I'll vote no for reconsideration.
Only, did you get that?
yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Council Chair Livingston, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Because you are going to be amending the budget, this is going to require a second and third reading and a public hearing.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
So
tonight
that
is
is
the
a
first
motion for
reading.
reconsideration.
The motion for reconsideration not needed because tonight will be the first reading.
Mr. Chair, More than not needed, it's improper.
I'm
It's an
saying
improper motion if this requires 3 readings in a public hearing.
that's what I'm saying. The motion to reconsider is not proper. I'm saying this is the first reading item.
So, Mr. Chair, the motion passes with the caveat that we will have 3 readings and a public hearing on this
Right,
item.
right. I'm accepting that as the first reading motion, yes.
All right, thank you.
Chairman,
Yes.
as a point of clarification, I'm not arguing that, but we had an earlier item on our agenda. There was a second reading that will require a third reading. We did a motion to reconsider that second reading.
Mr. Manning, I'm glad you mentioned that because I texted the attorney and asked him whether that was appropriate. I have not heard back from him that we did a reconsideration on the second reading item. I did not think that was appropriate.
That was out of order then.
I have the floor. I have the floor. Oh, I'm sorry.
Manning, go ahead.
No, we can go ahead with the next item, and then I'd like the floor, please.
Next item is item 19B. Fiscal year District 3 hospitality and tax allocation. Chair, entertain a motion.
So move.
Move.
Second.
Move properly second. Discussion. And then please, Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Walker, you recognize.
Just want to state very quickly that again, I'm going to vote no, not for any personal reasons, but must stand against the discretionary HTAX policy of this council. Thanks.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Newton, you
This
recognize.
is Chakisse Newton, ma'am.
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you. Sorry. What item are we voting on now?
19B, fiscal year District 3 hospitality tax allocations.
Thank you.
It's moved and properly second. I've asked Ms. Owner to call the roll for item 19B.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move for reconsideration.
Second.
Item 19B is properly second. Ms. Owner can call the roll for item reconsideration for item 19B.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
No.
McBride, Livingston, Horatio,
No.
I
Walker,
seen her reading to go back. No.
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
And you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, I move for reconsideration of the agenda.
What's the reconsideration of the agenda? Second.
I'll second.
Proper reconsideration of the agenda. Ms. Owner can call the roll.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Mr. Chair, is this
What are we seconding? What are we doing?
well, is this proper right here? We still got another item to handle.
Right, we got item 19C.
It doesn't mean you can. Doesn't mean.
And that was already amended earlier.
Yeah, we're just gonna reconsider the agenda, then we still have to vote if we put anything on it.
No, we already did it for
Point of order. Who has the floor?
The chair.
Me. Thank you.
The motion was to reconsider the agenda, and I accept that as a proper motion, and we voted on it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to remove the motion and do it after item 19C.
Thank
you. Take the motion, move the motion, remove the motion. So that brings us to item 19C. Which was, remember, that was the item that was on the
on the administration and finance that was listed on the administration and
Right.
finance committee, which was improperly put there, and that item was moved to 19C for us to consider the home detection electronic monitoring system, and that is what is before us, and it starts on page 88.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dickerson. The item before us is MAC staff. Go ahead and respond to that item. And where we are with that item. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask Director Myers from Alexandria Detention Center. I believe that some questions were raised by various members of the council about that item. And I believe that some information that was given by Director Myers and then potentially by legal counsel as well.
This is Director Myers.
All right.
Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
The questions I responded back to the questions along with legal and procurement. Did we answer your questions to your satisfaction? And Mr. Malinowski, you had questions.
His recommendation was for approval, if I remember correctly, right? Regarding the
Yes, sir.
Ms. Malinowski, I think you were the one that, at least one of the individuals raised some concerns about that when it came forth. Did you get the questions answered? Or?
I had some questions. Director Myers answered them. I think maybe Ms. Myers had some questions, but in looking at this, I suppose any change in these agreements we need to do at another point in time, correct?
Yes, sir. I think and I'm not sure. I think Ms. Myers said this, we were just going to just approve this for a year. That was the recommendation.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm fine. Just go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve with the information that was sent out to all of the persons who had questions. I make a motion to approve. Hope like their questions were answered.
The motions for approval, item 19C. Is there a second?
Second.
19C, moving properly. Second, any further discussion? Not, Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for item 19C?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Okay.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Is that an
Mr. Chair,
urgent
make a
item?
motion to reconsider that item, please.
Motion for reconsideration. Is there a second?
Second.
Proper second reconsideration. Someone can call the roll for reconsideration for item 19C.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Horatio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
That,
I move to reconsider the agenda.
Second.
motion to reconsider the agenda is properly second. Mrs. Only can call the roll for reconsideration of the agenda.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride, Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
I did vote yes, right, Mr. Livingston, because I,
Yes, ma'am, you did. Motion passes.
It's now consent. Take a motion regarding the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
As you recognize.
thanks, sir. I would like to add item 19D, formal acceptance of county grants as outlined in the recommended budget book. Item 19E, approval to fund Chamber of Commerce at their FY21 requested amount of $53,000, which is less than the currently approved amount of $55,000. And item 19F, approval to add additional funding to the RCSD FY21 general fund budget to pay for the statutory required body-worn cameras and in-car cameras.
Second.
Moving properly second. Mr. Madden, I'm going to make a motion that I'll see if you're going to accept it with yours first. Item D on the administrative briefing is approval of Central Mills contract amount. That is a contractual matter. Statutory agreement with the county and Central Mills based on population and so forth.
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, the reason I did not include that one at this time is because we had an earlier item that was going to be kicked into a second reading, public hearing, and third reading. And I thought that item would be more appropriate to go through that track.
All right. Any other amendments to the agenda? Ms. Maloney.
Yeah, I'm
Newton.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at this council memorandum 9/1/2020 dated September 3rd. I don't see some of these things on here that you mentioned, Chair Livingston, right now.
No, you talking about agenda briefing? I was referring to the administrator's agenda briefing, item D. That's something I mentioned.
I'm looking at the administrator's recommended actions here.
No, I was just doing that because that was something the administrator had on his list. That's all.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I share with Mr. Malinowski where the document is in the briefing document in the council agenda packet?
Yes.
Mr. Malinowski, that information is located in your agenda briefing packet, roughly about page 276 or 277, sir.
Well, that could be why I am not aware of it, Administrator Brown, because my packet ends at page 275.
So does mine, Mr. Malinowski.
Matter of fact, at the bottom of every page, the page number, and it says, oh.
So I'm looking at the agenda packet as listed on the county's website, and it has a total of 296 pages. I'm not sure why you have a truncated agenda packet, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
This is Ms. Only. I can explain that. The briefing document came after the agendas were being printed, so added to the end, and it should be a separate packet for Mr. Malinowski and those that got their agendas delivered on Friday.
Yeah, Mr. Malinowski, I'm referring to that separate sheet Mrs. Only's talking about. Any further? Ms. Newton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, the motion that we're discussing that was made by Mr. Manning is to add these items to the agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or is it to approve those items? Thank you.
Miss, can you carry that motion to add these items to the agenda, Mrs. Mrs. Only, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. Malinowski.
All right, I got my hand up here. I still want a clarification.
Go
Administrator.
ahead, Ms. Malinowski.
Administrator Brown, I'm looking at a September 9th agenda briefing package here for the meeting date of today. And letter, oh, okay, I would say letter D was not that. I see it now. It's A, B, C, D.
Right.
Thank you, I've got it.
Right, well, go ahead, Ms. Only.
Actually, that's not correct. The document you're looking at, Councilman Malinowski, the motion that I made and read into the record as the motion is for item 19D, which is the formal acceptance of the county grants, which is A on the document you're looking at. In the motion I made was to add item 19E, approval to fund the Chamber of Commerce $2,000 less than they requested, which I believe you would see as C on the document you're looking at, and adding item 19F, which would approve additional funding for the statutory required cameras, which I'm guessing would be associated with letter E in the document you're looking at.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification, Mr. Manning.
He does have body worn and in-car cameras, and that the administrator recommends those. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Councilman Manning.
Thank you. Ms. Only, you go ahead and call for the vote for to add these items to the agenda.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride, Livingston, Horatio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers, Newton.
Ms. Only,
Yes, ma'am.
can you please record Myers as an extension for the reason that I'm not prepared because my packet didn't include all the information and I don't really know what I'm voting on. I'm in favor of those things, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Ms. Only, okay, Ms. Only,
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Okay, I've got you recorded. And motion passes.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I will add those. Let me get some order. I'm gonna add those items to the agenda, and these gonna be items 20.
No, sir. 19D.
19 ABC, 19 D, and E and F.
Correct.
D is formal acceptance of the county grant as outlined in the recommended budget.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval.
Second. For approval. Proper second. In discussion reference item 19D. And Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Yes, so just to clarify, on those motions for grants, the way that I understand them, looking at my budget packet on page 20, that would include grants for which the county would be required to pick up positions. Is that correct?
Ms. Livingston, Mr. Livingston, may I be recognized?
Yes, please. Mhm.
Yeah, in the budget book, there's a chart that lists what grants require a position pickup. So in the column, you will see clearly listed the number of positions for the grant. Then the next column says if that position requires a position pickup. Some of them are listed as no, some of them are listed as yes.
Correct, and I see that, and so I'm just clarifying that this motion would accept all of the grants that are listed in this book.
Yeah, that's what I would. That's what it says as outlined in the recommended budget book. So yes, it would assume assumption of all.
Thank you.
Ms. Ratio?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was about how to find the said grants. So I have found my budget book and I'm looking now.
Mr. Malinowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was my understanding in reading through a lengthy document provided by the Attorney's Office, Richland County Attorney's Office, that there are some state laws in here that say on some of these grant, I guess probably all of these grant positions, while it says that you do not have to pick them up in our budget book, there was contrary information provided to that that said if an elected official gets these grants, it's understood that you will have to continue paying for them and picking them up in the future. You get clarification on that from the attorney?
Smith?
Mr. Malinowski, I'm not sure what it is that you're looking at.
I don't have it right in front of me. It was something that Brad had sent out that goes back several years. It could have been a 2007 item.
This is Brad. I'm here.
Go ahead, Mr. Brad, you recognize.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good institutional memory if it goes back to 07. Yeah, I think the general principle is there are state laws and the Attorney General's opinions that basically take the position that you cannot take an action as a governing body that would have the effect of reducing, for example, like a sheriff's capacity to enforce the law. So that's kind of the general principle. Now you have to, like one size fits all works if all are the same size. So you can't just apply that across the board. You have to go case by case. So you'd have to look at each grant position to see if that would diminish the law enforcement capacity. So I don't think there's a blanket prohibition, but you need to be aware of that because it can be a one-way street when you create a position that goes towards a law enforcement aspect. For example, with the sheriff, you would not subsequently be able to reduce that position. So that's probably what you're referring to, but that is a charcoal gray area of a discussion, if that helps.
That is it. Thank you, Mr. Farrar.
Any further questions reference item 19D? If not, I'm asking someone to call the roll for 19D.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we accept all of the grants that were recommended that do not require us to pick up positions, but that we eliminate the grants that would require position pickup.
I'll second that motion.
Second.
Moved in second, substitute motion. Discussion on substitute motion.
Will you repeat it, please?
Substitute motion to not, if I remember right, to not include the grants that require council to pick them up. Was that correct, Ms. Newton?
Yeah.
I have McBride and Livingston on substitute motion.
Some of these grants really are essential to the work that we're doing in helping people. And the requirement to pick up the grant, that's a good faith effort, with the exception of maybe law enforcement. There is no mandate that you have to pick up those positions. However, if the positions are doing what we need to do them and we have the resources, then we should. But if we don't have the resources, we don't have to pick them up. I cannot understand or see how we would needed resources that we're getting, that we would let them go because we might have to pick up a position. We do not have to pick up the position if we don't have the resources. Many of these services that are being provided to our constituents now are because of grants. I just can't see why we would delete these services, particularly right now during COVID-19. Thank you.
My concern is I could see why at times one may not want to agree to pick up a position, and I think I have to look at that individually. But oftentimes it's a position you wish you can have, and you probably want to hire that person and fill that position next year or so anyway. So I just think it's just carte blanche say I'm not going to accept a position because I may have to pick it up. It's really challenging for me. Ms. Malinowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad or Mr. Smith, if you're still there, can you confirm that what Ms. McBride is saying, that if you don't have the resources, you don't have to pick it up, even though it says you do?
Yeah, once again, I mean, that's kind of a general statement. I mean, you know, if you don't have, county resources, that may be a practical problem that overrides the issue. But, the basic principle is that the county governing body makes the appropriation and the elected official has to carry out the elected official's mission. So those two have to work in harmony. I don't know that you've necessarily got a resource issue because, the county has got a fund balance. So as long as you've got, it's kind of a catch-22 because we don't have a resource deficiency. And if we did, that'd be a worse problem than having to pick up the position, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
This is Delia.
Ms. Myers, then Ms. Brown, you can respond.
I just wanted to say, Ms. McBride, I understand what you're saying. I quite agree. I'm at a loss on two fronts. First, obviously, I did not have the document in advance. But secondly, because to the extent that these are necessary positions, it's my opinion that we ought not be foisting them upon the county through the back door of a grant. But if they're necessary, then we ought to just say they're necessary and that we're going to fund them. And that ought to be something that the council takes up affirmatively, and that whomever it is that's bringing these grants to us says, these are the head counts that we need. We have found grant money in this instance that will supplement it. But going forward, we do believe we need these positions, and we will be back to say that we need them, whether there's grant funding or not. And so then we are putting the public on notice, and the budgeting team is on notice that these are things that are priorities across the county, that the various electeds or departmental heads have brought them forward, and we are agreeing with them that thank goodness there's a grant and we found some money to get it done today, but going forward, this is something that's a priority rather than just sliding into it through a grant. That is my concern. So I agree with you that if they're necessary services, we ought to be providing them. But if we're sliding into it and enlarging a departmental budget through the use of the back door with a grant, that's what I'm fundamentally against.
Brown and then Ms. McBride.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Really, at this point, I was simply trying to understand whether or not the motion included continuing grants as well as new grants, because some of these grants the county has been receiving for a number of years, and some of these grants are new grants. So just want to make sure that regardless of what decision you all make, that I'm clear on the continuing grants versus the new grants.
Make of the motion have any were you considering all grants or continuing grants or?
I am looking at my document and I am at present not seeing how I can recognize which of these were continuing and which of them were new. I suppose that I was referring to new grants, but I'm looking at page 20 of my book. So if someone could identify what those continuing grants are, then that would be helpful to me.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, please.
Yeah, on your, Ms. Newton, and of course, the members of council, on the chart that of your most recent recommended budget book where it said new grants FY21, the very first column says grant type. That tells you if it's new or continuing. The very first column of the, and this again, starting on page 20, the first column of that chart says new or continuing.
Okay. So then looking here at these continuing grants, the way that I am reading the list, there are 3 continuing grants and 3 new grants. What would happen if we did not accept or reapply for the grants that were continuing? They would just immediately cease to exist?
Yeah.
Well, it requires, in order for a formal acceptance, council has to accept it. So yes, we would not be able to continue it because we would not have council's approval to continue.
Okay.
Application, so when we approve a grant, a 3-year grant, we don't approve for 3 years? We just approve for a year at a time? When we get a 3-year grant?
Right, there's annual acceptance.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So are we clarified on the, I was trying to get some clarity on the substitute motion. What it was referring to. Ms. Newton, are you?
In my mind, I was referring to new grants. So I will stick with that for now. And I don't know if the seconder of the motion will continue to second it with that clarification.
So the substitute motion from Ms. Newton is for the grants that does not require a continuation of position. Any question? Ms. Brown, you still need to recognize your.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I need to take my hand down, sir.
All right, Ms. McBride.
I forgot to take, but I would like to say, thank you, Ms. Myers, and I understand your concerns about those that would try to backdoor in positions, but I would think that they would be in the minority. And I do know the benefits of having grants and providing services that normally we would not be able to get because of lack of funding. So that's why we have so many grants out there. And that's why people push for grant funding. It's seed money. So thank you.
So the motion before us that we voted on is a substitute motion to accept those grants that does not require us to keep funding the position. Ms. Ollie, can you call the roll for that motion, for the substitute motion?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teratio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
No.
Newton.
Yeah.
Motion fails.
That brings us back to the original motion. And the original motion was to approve grants and recommended.
Mr. Chair, Malinowski here. I was writing down the no votes. How many, I only saw 3 no votes. How many people voted? We got more than that here.
There were 7 votes for, against, and 3 in favor.
I must have, maybe somebody glitched then. I only had McBride, Teratio, and Myers as the no votes.
That's why we don't have you counting the votes, Mr. Malinowski.
Well, no, I mean, sometimes, people don't come through.
I'm just kidding. You hard time.
Who's the 4th no?
Manning voted no.
All right, you're the one I didn't hear. Thank you.
All right, now we're going back to the original motion. It's only going to call roll.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teratio,
No.
Walker, Manning,
No. Walker, no.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
No.
It's a tie. It failed.
All right, so we won't have any grants. Item 19E.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we provide the chamber with 2,000 less, which is their request.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
Move properly second.
point of clarification before we move to this new vote.
You talking about the previous vote?
Yes, I just want to
Now,
be
we'll come back
clear.
to
Have we
that. Let me
cut-
carry out this motion, then we'll come back to that one.
Okay.
It's moving properly second for item 19E. There's no discussion. This is only can call roll for item 19E regarding the Chamber of Commerce funding.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Mr. Chair, before you call the roll, I'd kind of like to know, I'm not sure why they were approved for one amount and requested in another.
Want to answer that question, Mr. Malinowski?
Everybody else that made requests, their requests were downgraded, I think. So I'm just wondering why we're approving the request and why the currently approved amount is 2,000 over that.
It's less. We're approving amount of $50,000, which is less than the approved amount.
I understand that, but I'd like to know, I guess, from the administrator or Mr. Hayes, why was their amount approved above the requested amount?
No, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Mr. Malinowski. And here's the easy answer for you. A council member made a motion earlier that groups in the general fund be funded at the FY20 level. So the chamber FY20 amount was 55,000, but they only requested for FY21 53. So we had to go back and true it up the process based off the previous council motion, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Further question? If not, can you call the roll on item 19E? No?
yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston, Teratio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mind you recognize reference.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to be clear. Have we now across the board eliminated the grants in Richland County that were in the budget book?
May I be recognized?
Yes.
Yeah. So all of the grants that were scheduled to start for October, the county will not be in position to accept those grants because we don't have the formal approval of this body.
Mr. Chair, I would move to reconsider that item.
Well, reconsider item 19D. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, sir.
Moving proper second reconsideration. Mrs. Only call roll for motion reconsideration for item 19B.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
No.
Walker,
Yes, and I vote yes for Kennedy and Dickerson as well.
okay. Manny.
That's a good one.
Manny.
Yeah, I'll vote yes for man on my ballot.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, that item is now back before us as it relates to the grants.
Do I still have the floor, sir, with regard to the grants issue? Okay, so to the extent that we decided at 9 o'clock tonight to enlarge the agenda to take up these items, I would just ask my colleagues to consider the impact to all departments and to all other elected officials of reflexively cutting out their access to all of these grant dollars because, you know, it's late and maybe we're tired and perhaps we should have considered this earlier or it should have been on the agenda in a different format. This will severely impact budgets across Richland County, services across Richland County, and it may engender in some elected officials, departments, the immediate requirement that they begin terminating people in the middle of a pandemic. So I'd ask that we reconsider this item and vote to, even if we have to accept the grant with some conditions put around them, I would ask my colleagues to consider not reflexively cutting these grants out and impacting our colleagues and our constituents and our families and friends' livelihoods without serious consideration and reflection. So with that, I would ask that we go back to the original motion and approve the grants that were outlined in the budget book as outlined for fiscal year 21. 21.
I'll second that.
Moved properly second. Discussion. I think I see Malinowski, Horatio, Newton, and Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in response to Ms. Myers' comments, I believe if you'll go back and recall, Councilwoman Newton did have a secondary motion, which entailed accepting the grants that did not require a pickup. And I thought that was a fair compromise, but that got voted down. And now we want to do an all or nothing once again. So that's why I could support the one that was the middle of the road. Thank you.
Horatio, Newton, Manning, and McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate Mr. Malinowski's comment about having a compromise on the grants. I'll just explain my vote on the grants previously, simply because we have a list of grants before us, you know, and it's seemingly the only way we have to sort them out is whether they require a position pickup or not. Some of these grants look like fantastic grants that would provide amazing services to the citizens of Richland County and would really help our departments in a very profound way. Some of them I would have some questions about, and I don't want to necessarily belabor this meeting tonight going through grant by grant. So I, didn't anticipate having to go through these tonight. I have some notes on them. But that's just explaining my no votes on the previous two votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, my intent was never for us to eliminate grants across the board, and certainly not reflexively, but that we do have, from a budgetary perspective, as Ms. Myers stated earlier, it concerns me when we back ourselves into some of these positions. And quite frankly, I just think we need a better budget process overall to handle them. But again, the intent was not to eliminate all grants across the board. And I recognize that many of these grants are great, and it gives me heartburn to vote against them. But from a budgetary perspective, I just think it's a bad practice to budget this way. And I'm hearing that we're not obligated to do it, but yet we're signing agreements that are saying we're obligated to do it. And so perhaps we'll have a better way to address this moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to thank Ms. Myers for her comments and the support for these grants. From a budgetary position, we've looked at our budget, and our budget people have looked at it, and it's not going to, at this point, cause any really hardship. So that's not an issue at this point. And if it did, we would be able to, we didn't have to continue funding those positions. But doing so and providing the needed services and possibly giving some people jobs that really need jobs that have been laid off, I think this would be a good step for the council to take. And I just would like to thank those that support this issue. And again, Ms. Newton, I would agree with you that we may be able to look at policy changes in terms of grants as well as our procurement practice. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell me the reason why the Richland County, South Carolina Administrators Recommended Budget Amendments FY 2021 booklet with this notorious page 20 was not provided for the work session we had?
Yes, sir. It was provided, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Walker, you recognize?
I'll yield to Mr. Walker.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Would our administrator, our county administrator, like to opine on the motion on the table as well as a potential path forward with this?
If it's appropriate, members of council, yes, based on the information that you have before you, it was my recommendation that you approve the items in the budget currently as presented. That was my request to the council after reviewing the information with the budget director and receiving the information from the departments related to these grants.
Thank you.
Good question.
Do we have a motion on the floor, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Myers did make a motion, yes.
Yes, sir, I did. And I had just one more question. Mr. Walker asked one of them, but just the other before we vote on this. Is there anyone else on the staff who can give us some idea of exactly how many positions we would be reflexively cutting tonight if we voted these grants down across the county?
It's in the column.
For
I have a few people on the call trying to answer that question for you. So give Mr. Hayes just a quick second. He's trying to total up the number of positions for those continuing grants.
Mr. Livingston? Mr.
Ma'am.
Livingston, after this vote, I'm going to have to leave.
Go.
I'm showing approximately 16 right off hand. That may not be the exact number. I'm doing quick math because I heard folks trying to move forward.
Close enough.
And that's based on the
Thank
numbers
you.
in the continuation portion of the budget book.
Thank you.
Further questions? If not, I'm going to ask Ms. Holmes to call the roll for item 19B.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes, for Walker, Kennedy, and Dickerson.
Manning,
I'm still a yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
The motion passes.
You know, I forgot that motion
Thank you,
passed the last
colleagues.
time based on Mr. Walker's vote. For 3.
Here.
That brings us to 19F. Approval to add additional funding to the Richland County 21 General Fund budget to pay for the statutory.
Mr.
required
Chair,
budget.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider that item.
I'll second that.
Item D.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. It's moving proper second reconsideration item 19D.
Oh,
Do we need to? Is that it's Mr. Brown? Is that an amendment to the budget? Is that just?
No, sir, that's not an amendment. Those numbers were considered in the total amount that you were presented in the budget. It is not an amendment.
It's not an amendment, Mr. Chair. That's why I made a motion to reconsider.
All right, motion reconsider. Moving proper second. Ms. Holmes, please call roll for consideration.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Horatio,
No.
Walker,
Just me this time. No.
Manning,
no.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No, but I authorized Joe Walker to vote for me for the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
Item number 19F.
Yeah, me too.
19F, approval of additional funding for the, I just read through that, the body cameras and car cameras for the chair. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry for interrupting. I know everybody's ready to go, but before you make a motion on that, if anyone was going to, included in my original motion to the council was all of these allocations that could be done within the budget as it currently stood, because you did not take action on those reductions for the other agencies. Then this is not properly before you because it will require something different now. So unfortunately, I just have to tell you that doing what you're looking at right now will require something different because you did not accept all of my recommendations. So I don't know how best to tell you that other than if you do this separately, now you're talking about an amendment as opposed to before, you wouldn't need one.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move this item to the series of second reading, public hearing, and third reading on the budget.
Mr. Chair, before you take that motion up, I hate to be pedantic, but I don't understand what the administrator just said. Can he please rephrase it or explain it better to me?
I'll slow down. Yes, ma'am. So as a part of the list of items that I submitted on my agenda briefing document, all those items could have been done within the current approved budget amount of the $186 million that was already allocated by the council for fiscal year 21. But once you did not take action to decide whether or not you would cut the 10% that I had recommended, then all of a sudden that 10% amount is still included in those funds. So therefore, any additional changes now would require new money versus money that was already allocated within the budget.
Then, Mr.
Mr.
Brown.
Chair, point of clarification.
Ms. Myers.
So if this is a subset of the bigger budget, as you just described it, and it is one item out of all the items, and it is still a part of what you presented to us that Mr. Manning pulled out to have added to the agenda, why do we have to approve all the money to approve a small portion of it? Because that's what you're saying, right?
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is the $939,000 for the body worn cameras is a statutory requirement that we have,
right,
that we would be able to account for within the $186 million that the council had already approved as a total budget, because you would
right,
have funds from other areas, freeing up the ability to allocate funds to where they were needed within the budget, requiring no amendments.
So you're saying you don't know where we get the money from without the budget amendments, without the 10% reduction, even though this is a statutory requirement. Is that right?
That is correct. Because this amount has not been previously budgeted, which is, if you recall, this year, we came to council and said, we need these funds to account for these body worn cameras and in-car cameras that were not budgeted for.
Well,
we just did that this year.
Mr. Brown, just for clarification, all Mr. Manning need to do that, just simply add to his motion, simply that this amend that amount, you amend the budget that amount to, and so that way we can move on, right?
Right, and then take it from the yeah.
What they do is just simply amend the budget for that amount.
I ask a point of clarification?
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Brown, when in this document, it says 10% budget reductions to many departments and county funded organizations. Can you give a clarification to what many departments means and what county funded organizations reference?
Yes, sir. In your budget book, the departments and those county funded organizations were all listed, and they were listed showing which departments and which organizations received a 10% cut. That is all within that current budget document that you have, and that's also on the county's website. So if you look under the lump sum groups, you will see those groups at the 10% reduction. And if you look under the departments, you will see that there are some departments who have a 10% budget reduction next to their line items. That is
okay.
That budget book.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you. So the lump sums you pulled and specified in your A, B, C, D, and E, and this 10%, the thing above, you didn't put as a letter. So again, I'm going to stay with my motion, Mr. Chair. My motion is that we move this item 19F regarding the body cameras to a second reading, public hearing, third reading, budget discussion that will then allow us to be better prepared than we are at 9:30 tonight after a long day to go back to the budget book to read those departments and such that Brown just said we need to go back and read.
Mr. Manning, I'll accept that. And if you read item if it clearly says approval to add additional funding to the budget. So really, that's what you're doing when you send your bid on the agenda. You're doing exactly what's been said there. You added to the budget to pay for those things. So that is appropriate for an amendment to the budget. That's what it says. Did we get a second to that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, I do.
Proper second. Any further discussion? If not, Ms. Owens, can you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride, Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Walker voted yes for Manning.
Myers,
And McBride
Yes.
And
and Kennedy.
it passes.
All right, that brings us to the executive session. Do we have an executive session item? We have 4 executive session items.
What?
Mr.
Just
Chair.
kidding.
I'm getting ready to say I got to go.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification, please.
I challenge the ruling of the chair.
Ms. Myers.
Mr. Chair, I'd like the administrator to clarify with regard to the budget, where we are now with the reduction and what the impact is of the omissions to tonight's agenda and what we need to do to rectify that so that starting October 1st, we have a budget that the staff can implement.
So based on what happened tonight, we can implement the budget. There are just a few items that will require amendments if you choose to move forward. But we can, everything that we've done tonight, we can move forward. Those other items that we need to address, we still have to pay for them. So ultimately, we're going to have to pay for them. We were just trying to clean up the budget and make the financial impact and the fiscal impact be the same, because right now, that's not the same throughout all funds within the county.
Let me clarify, Mr. Brown. We didn't take up the 10% across the board reduction and a few other very significant items. What do we need to do to clean those things up that we can start before 9:30 on a night, on another council night?
Yes, ma'am. You did not take that item up, but technically you've already approved that, which is why I'm saying it that way.
Okay.
The budget's already approved.
All right. That's great. That's all I wanted to be sure of. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
That brings us to motion period. No, we don't have any executive session items. The motion period, I'll send that item to our revamp Renaissance committee, which was also part of the what was the name of it before? Property, whatever.
Property manager.
That revived Renaissance committee.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Property second to adjourn. Ms. Owens, you call the roll for adjournment?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horatio,
Yes.
Walker, Manning,
Yes for me and Walker.
Myers,
Yes.
Yep.
good night.
Good night.
Dickerson,
I want a pay raise.
Good night.
I want
Dickerson is
total
leaving.
rewards. Total rewards pay raise.
Dickerson is leaving the meeting. Good night.